Alright, let's go ahead and start the stream. And, hit the main screen. Alright, good evening, everyone. Oh, right, almost forgot. Yeah, didn't want to repeat of the whole first bit of the cam sandwich reaction. And yeah, let me make sure everything's in working order. Yeah, let me. Okay. My. Voicing real quick.
What's that?
Okay, yeah, looks like you're coming in. I was trying to look at the audio mixer to check to see if your voice was coming in. Anyway. Alright. Yeah, let's go ahead and make sure. Looks like actual chat's not on. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, no worries.
Seems like a lot of things will had to shut down. Yeah, I was trying to get my PC to actually speed up a bit. So some things I had to log back into. All that jazz.
Always fun.
Indeed. Oh, and
Oh,
yeah, so get you to a bit more of a proper size. Okay. Yeah. To give it a little context to the stream, later on, Rumblepack's gonna be doing a reaction to Epic the Musical as a bit of a palate cleanser for the worst tabletop RPGs reaction. Since, oh, let's be real here. After learning about the Unholy Trinity, we kinda need one.
Either that or therapy, and this is cheaper. So,
Yeesh, even Canada?
well, I mean, the way I work, the way my hours work, I go to work when they're open, and I come home and I get off work when they're closed. So,
Yeesh. Alright, so, yeah. Decided to do a bit of a mini reaction to Kodak's coverage of V-Card. It's called Tales from the Bargain Bin. It's actually a pretty good series, I gotta say. Let me get that launched in the Discord so you can see it.
I
Okay, let's see. Here we are. There we go. Also share application audio. Got it. Yeah, let's go ahead and start the video. You've heard of V-Card, right?
yes, I have.
Yeah, you've no. Then you probably already know of the clusterfuck that became. So ultimately, was the everything people think the trading card space is, rather than actually being trading a good trading card game.
Man, I still remember like all the different trading card games that everybody tried to put out, and the more popular ones were the ones that kept going. Like whenever people think trading card games, the big three are usually Yu-Gi, depending on where you live.
Oh, it seems like your audio cut out when you were listing all the things.
Oh, so a lot of times when people think of trading card games, they're either thinking of Pokemon, Yu-Gi-Oh, or depending on like how popular it is, either Magic the Gathering or the Digimon card game. And like there's been a few different franchises that have tried to make a break in the TGC, but went nowhere.
And Lord knows no one's playing Magic anymore. Especially
Oh, I
after the
know, right?
Yeah, especially after the Pinkerton incident.
She's not even the not even the Final Fantasy 14 crossover could help it.
Alright, well, it seems like Axel chat's not working for me tonight. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna have to hide the chat box.
Oh, jeez.
Eh,
Everybody's having technical difficulties tonight.
yeah, weird. Anyway, yeah, let's go ahead and get the video started.
Hello there, boils and ghouls. This is your
Shit, I don't think anything's playing. Or, no audio's playing anyways. Eh. Alright, let's see. Okay, just gotta... Oh, there's my, headphones might be picking up audio. How's it sound on your end?
I think I hear you fine on my end.
Okay, just making sure.
Yep.
Yeah, it's still not playing. Oh. Uh,
Oh, hey, Pablo.
oh yeah, hey Pablo. Sorry, I didn't see you there earlier.
Did everything freeze up on your end, or?
I'm trying to get the audio to play.
Oh, the audio's just not wanting to cooperate with you?
Yeah. Don't even remember how I managed to fix it the first time. Hmm. Yeah, maybe it's uh could you talk real quick? Okay, my audio mixer is not picking this up anymore. Okay, try again. Nope. Alright. It's fucking hell. Alright. Alright, talk again.
I mean, at some point, I might just start spouting random facts about Canada.
Eh, keep doing that. Gotta make sure the mixer's working.
Oh, okay. Well, Canada has the most freshwater lakes in the world. Uh, Another fun fact is in Newfoundland, you got several strange town and location names. The most meme worthy, you know what? I'll save that for another day. In my home province, you're never more than 30 kilometers away from the ocean, which is hilarious. The most common roadkill you'll find on Prince Edward Island is potatoes. And Nova Scotia is one bad storm and sea level rise away from becoming an island.
Okay. Uh, Desktop audio is playing something, so let me see if it actually fixed itself.
Technical support with Picket. Do we need to send the minions over to fix the issue?
Alright, so yeah, I think I might have the problem fixed a bit.
You might have fixed it. You might have. Do I need to send the minions?
Hello there, boy.
Okay, the video's not playing. God damn it.
Oh my. Fix one issue and then another one crops up. Typical Tuesday.
Of course.
Of course. Brings it. Do. All right, everybody. Put a 1 in the chat if you want me to start juggling chainsaws.
Hmm. Yeah. Let's see if the.
Give me 1 sec while you're ripping out your hair. I'm just gonna go grab a drink.
Yeah, good idea.
Fine, I'm just letting you know. There we go. All right, I am back.
Okay.
Alex. Hey, Alex. Sorry you have a headache.
Alright. And
Oh dear Lord, so many games dropped today. I forgot about that.
yeah. Okay. Check something.
Yep.
Got it.
No worries, Alex. We're just having some technical issues with audio. That's all. Happy 11/11 day as well.
Yeah. So that's fine.
Happy Remembrance Day, Memorial Day to everybody who might recognize them.
Okay. Yeah, let me check one. Let's see if this finally worked.
Hello there, boils.
No, it did not.
Is it like freezing at a certain point, or?
Nope, it's just not playing sound.
Oh, so the stream program's not picking up the sound from the video?
No, I mean the video is literally not playing sound.
Oh. That's a little bit more concerning.
Okay. I'm gonna try refreshing the page.
Alright. But yeah, we're trying to do a little bit of a palate cleanser because of how scarred we were from the last reaction video.
Hello there, boils and ghouls.
Although, not gonna lie, I kind of want to try Fatal, but I want to use D&D mechanics instead of the actual mechanics it uses. Because, you know, I'm an absolute madman.
Let's try something that very video just see if I can test the audio. It's playing on the screen. I'm not hearing it through my freaking headphones.
Yeah, I think that would be a fun thing to do.
And I got a freaking public safety message that is literally testing the systems. Okay, I think they probably should be testing the systems, but
I mean, they always test them at the best possible time.
yeah.
card in face down defensive position.
Okay, so I'm finally hearing something.
That's good.
Okay, so apparently now it's going. So now your voice seems to be going through my stereo. So yeah,
Well, I mean, as long as the stream can hear me, that's good.
seriously don't know how I managed to do the video last time.
Did you do anything different?
I don't fucking know. The last time my Discord just changes the freaking sound settings every time I plug in a device. It's really fucking annoying.
Yeah, I hear ya, because half the time when Discord updates, I have to reapply like my custom settings and my audio devices. apparently one of my friends is playing Minecraft and a baby zombie turned around, stole most of his gear, and killed him with it. Fun!
Yeah, that's a mood. Let's see, maybe it's on LPS's side.
Hopefully.
Okay. I'm not hearing anything on my end. So. Maybe it was both and I fixed it. Alright, now I can freaking hear something.
Improvement. That is always good.
Alright. Yeah, I can finally hear the audio. Let me see if finally a sign I can actually start the freaking reaction. Alright. So yeah, let's try this again.
Alright. I'm all for it.
Alright, so the video I'm gonna be doing a mini reaction of is of Kodak's Tales from the Bargain Bin of V-Card. Kodak is basically from what I can tell, a card shop owner who also reviews card games. I believe also tabletop games. But he also gives constructive feedback on what actually would make a good card game, so he definitely knows his stuff. Even has a video on when to ban a card, so.
Here we go.
Alright, now let's get started, shall we?
Yes, let's.
Hello there, boils and ghouls. This is your boy Skullsy making my VTubing debut. And today I got.
Oh yeah, side note, this is Skullsy. He's normally he takes the form of a cheap plastic toy skull that Kodak basically puppets. I think the joke is that he's supposed to look cheap, so.
I do love how the introduction, how it has Tales from the Crypt vibes. I miss that.
Oh yeah,
show.
I think that's basically what he was invoking.
Yeah. His inner crypt keeper.
Indeed.
A treat for all of you, because this Halloween, we're going to be playing the game Medieval. This old gem's a favorite of mine thanks to its positive representation. Too long have skeletons been the punching bags and default enemies of the video game world. It's time for old Danny Boy and I to knock is what I would have liked to have said, but old normal guy over here just had to make it a video about card games. Typical. So, boils and ghouls, what exactly is a vtuber anyway? Well, going back a little further, we have the Twitch streamer. That is somebody who, rather than making and editing a video, does their entertainment live on the internet, doing things like reading news, watching movies, or, most commonly, playing video games. A VTuber, or virtual tuber, is basically that, but where the streamer is represented by a digital avatar, such as the suave individual you're looking at right now, and, like many modern things, it's a mixed bag. For example, many VTubers are people who suffer from some sort of physical limitation or who need that extra degree of anonymity in order to come out of their shells. It also has utterly
anonymity is pretty good.
That women don't play video games. And if that's not a net positive, I don't know what is. Much like everything that becomes successful, it gets invaded by your typical spat of pick-me's, tryhards, and fraudsters. It's a sadly saturated market. Like with video gaming, you don't stand out just because you know where the record button is. VTubers are so common these days that I regularly trip over them on my usual strolls through YouTube, which is impressive considering I don't have any legs. But yes, the VTubing world is now just as full of rent seekers and clout chasers as anything else in the world right now. And what's the other thing that people are using to chase clout with these days? Oh, right! Trading card games! We have Oshi, Push, Hollow, Life, Rift Runners, White Schwartz, V Royale, V Die Show, and Waifu Wars, of course. But do you recall the most craven VTube game of all? Pretty mean pipes for somebody without lungs, huh?
V-Card is a quote-unquote trading card game produced by Gamersubs, the horny powdered energy drink company who boasts such flavors as Doggy Style and Plowed and Proud. It was done in tandem with several independent VTubers, most notably Shyly.
Oh yeah, and so is Grandma's Ashes, and yeah, it's the whole joke is that it's basically just game G Fuel for weeaboos.
Okay, awesome. So this is the level of depravity we're going into. All right, awesome.
To be fair, it does apparently sell.
True. I mean, sex does sell.
Lily and Cinder, along with various other talents across YouTube who get represented in the effect cards. On its surface, it's actually not a bad idea at all. After all, Gamersubs already works with a lot of this talent, so combining them into something bigger seems inspired. If only. V-Card is a game where you win by, buying more cards, pretty much. I wish I was joking. So, what should I have expected from a game made by a horny energy drink company anyway? Well, better packaging for one. I was able to get my hands on the starter set for the second version of the game directly, and this thing is a joke. There's no foil cards, no playmats, no rulebook, not even a QR code to show me where those things are. Heck, they didn't even tape the darn thing shut. Now, to make myself perfectly clear, my issue is not with the fact that an energy drink company created a card game. Frankly, any institution with the money to throw around at a piece of entertainment should be encouraged to do so, barring some form of industry plant or propaganda, of course. My shock was with how inept it was. I mean, this hack job packaging came from a company who prints custom envelopes for their free samples. I don't think it was wrong of me to expect.
So cheap, though.
Yeah, tell me about it. Why would you not take the damn thing?
Well, I mean, the box looks pretty cheap, and I can't help but point this out, but like I could buy Yu-Gi-Oh, Magic, and Pokemon cards at the dollar store, and they're better packaged, even though they just place like 5 or 6 cards in a plastic sleeve and seal it.
And yeah, you remember how the... Oh, dang it. Hold on, my YouTube avatar froze up. 1 second.
Yep, no worries. Also, hello, Ghost.
Okay, so, well, we wait for that to load back up. And it's using the wrong avatar. Dang it.
Oh, I think it just disappeared.
Okay, there we go.
Oh,
So,
okay, there we go.
Yeah, you remember the one time where Yu-Gi-Oh! Made this really awful starter pack that didn't even come with any of the things that you'd expect them to include in it? You know, like, not even life point dials.
Oh yeah, I remember. I forget which pack it was. I remember getting one starter pack, and not only did it not have like the game mat or instructions or anything, but some of the cards were just like very loosely placed in the box. Like usually you'd have that one card, like the deck's ace, on display in like a plastic covering and exposed, and then the rest are inside of a sleeve. This one didn't really have that. It just had like the cards loosely in the box, but then like they weren't in a package or anything. They were just loosely placed in behind the ace card.
Yeah, I can legitimately say that that deck is actually somehow better than this freaking card game. Because at the very least, that pack came with instructions.
Yeah, I'm not seeing. I haven't seen any sort of instructions for this card game. Like, do they explain the rules somehow?
I think it's on a website.
Oh dear lord.
Yeah, that's how little effort that
A
was
similar
put in
sort of
this.
flair here. But
Oh, boy.
it goes further. The card quality is also really bad. Man, I'm not even talking about the game itself yet. And I know how easy it is to say something like, "Oh, these cards feel terrible," in a YouTube video and just expect people to take your word for it. So why don't we prove it with something that can actually be objectively demonstrated on camera? And to do that, we're going to get out our old friend, the loop. So, in case you're out of the loop, haha, with most card games, at least the card games that are any decent level of quality, they are manufactured using what is called CMYK printing. CMYK standing for cyan, magenta, yellow, and black. I know they use K for black because B can be mistaken for blue, but it does give us something nice to...
Okay, it actually, the K actually stands for key, but in various instances, it also means black because it's the most common use of the CMYK.
work with here, as you notice that black is on the other side of all of these other words, because...
And yeah, let's be real, who even uses key?
Yeah, that's true.
When it comes to printing in color, they are done using just these 3 colors of ink in what are called rosettes, where the different inks are printed in different amounts in these sorts of stippled patterns, mixing to create the remaining colors. And as for black over here, at least as far as quality printing is concerned, it gets put down as its own layer, and thanks to not having to be mixed with any other colors, the layers can be rendered much more sharply, giving us crisp text, sharp borders, and even cleaner cleaner illustrations if used wisely. This combination appears through our loop in games of decent quality such as Magic or Pokemon or even Cookie Run Bravers. But in the case of V-Card, a closer look reveals that the text is blurry and imprecise. This is because
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm not even an artist and I'm already cringing at this.
Yeah. I'll give Kodak props. He could actually prove that on video that they are of bad quality.
Oh man, look at the TAIL. Like there's no straight lines on the lettering. It looks like they tried to like pixel art their way through it.
Hey.
Oh boy.
Seriously, I don't even work in print, and I can tell this is shoddy.
Oh man, this is gonna hurt, isn't it?
Yeah.
mixed in with the colored rosettes, an indicator of either cheap printing or inept preparations. And by inept preparations, I mean forgetting something like what is included in my Boda deck of manufacturing things, which contains specific instructions on how a work should be made ready for print, formatting PDFs, changing custom fonts into vector renders, and specifically for CMYK printing, setting K at 100% for anything in black. So what we have here is either a case of a bargain basement printer that does not print black as its own layer, or an inept operator failing to set the black layer to 100% black before sending it to the printers. Either way, the results are the same. A gaggle of ugly, ugly cards roughly on par with your typical counterfeit job. And before you ask, no, this was not fixed in set 2. It doesn't help that the cards themselves are ineptly designed.
Set
the
2
level 9 and 10
worse.
Yeah, and set 2 was meant to actually fix a lot of stuff. As you'll later see.
I think set 2 was largely, they just largely upped the fan service just to hope they can get away with it again.
Yeah, but of course, you can have all the fan service in the world, but it won't mean shit if you can't see it.
Yep, that's true.
cards feature what is known as flavor text, that being text used for world building or to give the card tone. However, the universal wisdom regarding flavor text is that it must be distinct from the game text, and this is usually done in every instance by either printing it above the art or writing it in italics, but the flavor text on these cards are just normal and in bold, just like the game text on other cards. Rookie mistake. Another one is how the card frames work. On common and uncommon cards, the card frames are based on the element of the card themselves, which comes into play in a minuscule fashion in the rules. I'll get to that later. But the rare level 9 cards instead have a gold frame in order to distinguish them. Except, do you know what else has a gold frame? The entire electricity attribute. Oops, rookie mistake number 2. And as if those two things weren't bad.
Okay. Do they get different artists to like draw the character art for the cards?
I mean, that's pretty common for a character design, but I've never actually seen it with layout.
I mean, the thing is, the only reason why I ask is because the different VTubers and the different cards kind of look like they have different artists doing each one. So I'm just wondering if they like got the artists of those VTubers to do the art for that particular card, or if they just got a bunch of artists to do a bunch of cards and that was it.
I mean, there's also a good chance that multiple artists were in fact summoned, but if you know anything about gamer subs and who it was specifically involved in that company, this is gonna sting a little bit more.
Oh, geez.
You probably heard of the incident, but we'll get there.
Enough. What
Oh,
about
boy.
the cards whose names are instead a nickname? Like, the starter deck I got includes the level 8 and level 9 Diariku, but the level 10 Diante. Does this Diante count as Diariku, or do I have a dead card in my starter deck that I cannot play under the current rules? Do the cards that mention Diariku in their text work with Diante? You know, games have had character subtitles to clarify this sort of thing for like 20 years, right? And oh my god, don't even get me started on Bowberry.
Oh, boy.
Man, it got...
And speaking
buffered
of
on the
names,
best
I
part.
have Metal Freem in my starter deck and Water Freem for my booster box. Am I allowed to use them both in the same deck and at full playset for crazy Freem consistency? Can I evolve my Water Freem into my Metal Freem? And of course, yeah, the art. I guess we do have to mention Bowberry now. Oh my god. I've talked about card art in
that's
the past, which
inflation
what I
in my
feel is a
trading card
common
game.
sense approach. Remember,
I
you are
mean,
asking people to play your
It
game
kind of
in
reminds me of
public
that
against
scene of the
complete
kid that
strangers.
blew up after eating that blueberry in Willy Wonka.
That scene launched way too many fetishes.
Ugh, tell me about it. Look, it's even worse when you're a kid that grew up in the 80s and 90s.
Then again, maybe that's a common trope with kids' movies.
Look, there's a reason why there's a meme of the writer's barely disguised fetish that makes its rounds every now and then.
True.
Oh, yeah, and the text is apt. Very apt.
Yeah.
Strangers. That is literally what a tournament is. It's a warning to those who think that by going by the old sex sells adage that they can sell a lot of cards, and while there are plenty of people willing to buy cards that look like this, I guarantee you there are not nearly as many who would actually pull them out to play in public. Or at least not many that your typical venue that also sells Pokemon cards would want to have around. Not to say I'm a prude or anything, I am more than happy to trot out Jumping Glen as a card whose artworks I have no problems
Okay, there we go.
with. She's an acrobat after all, so her outfit and pose make perfect sense within the universe, even in the context
I
of
wonder
an
if she has a VOD channel.
all-ages
We
card
should probably
game.
check her out.
3
Yeah.
words are enough to push back on critics. So again, I'm not a prude, I'm just practical. However, I don't think I'm off base when I say that actually getting people to play V-Card was never part of the plan. So how does a game of V-Card actually get played? Well, the starter set sure as heck won't tell me, so I have to look it up online on a website that I sure hope doesn't go down in a year or two. Hey guys, you make sure you back this up on the Internet Archive, okay? The VTuber cards come
Yeah,
in one
seems
of
like no
3
one ever
ranks,
learns from
8,
Nintendo.
9, and 10, which
Nope.
I assume is meant to be their score out of 10, and you win a battle by having the VTuber with the highest number. Yeah, it really is that simple. And dumb. And of course, the Power 10 cards are also the rarest Super Foil Chase cards. It's an element of game design that is as transparent as these characters, and occasionally as transparent as the clothing they're wearing. Oh, but surely the lower
God.
power cards have some sort of trick
That
to
is
make
a
up for
burn.
this, right? This is Game Design 101. Something with lower physical stats has some trick to make up for it, right? Well, in the case of the level 8 cards, they all have effects that might, under very specific circumstances, boot them up to a power 9. Okay, quick lesson in game design. The vanilla beater. In most games, the cards and characters that you play are defined by their abilities that give them an edge. An incomparable trick or powerful synergy that makes them desirable to play despite not being the pinnacle of physical stats. A vanilla beater, on the other hand, is basically the opposite. A card with very high stats but no ability. A big body with a plain vanilla text box. The ideal way to think of these sorts of characters is that their high power is technically their special ability. They are consistent in ways that many cards with abilities are not. But the flip side should be that a card with an ability has a chance to outperform a vanilla character in some way, such as enabling setup or taking the opponent down with them, or perhaps getting some way to hit over the vanilla beater with a power boost. V-Card having cards whose power boosts only allow them to catch up to the vanilla beaters is genuinely pathetic. And while there are mascot cards that also increase the power of the attached VTubers, there is really no reason to play anything other than a Power 10 character, as nothing can catch up to them aside from very specific circumstances. These are basically vanilla beaters that have been handed a rocket launcher. There's also the elemental system, which is kinda like the Wuxing if they got rid of Earth and had metal twice, I guess. An elemental advantage gives you +1 to your power. Oh boy, now a level 9 might be able to compete with a super expensive level 10. Oh, yippee.
Okay, so... No, I'll let you finish first.
So this is... Sorry, this is really unbalanced. Like... Okay, I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! For a while, like... I was in high school when Yu-Gi-Oh! Came out, and like one of the biggest complaints we had with the OG game was that a lot of the lower level monsters had no effects to really be helpful, and you had to rely on the mid to higher leveled monsters to actually make your deck run. There was very little synergy, and you had to really work around your ace monsters as well as like your support traps and magic. With these ones, so they don't have like really good effects, and even with support, your lower level VTubers might, and I can't stress this enough, might be able to take on a rank 10. And not only that, but there's no system to stop you from taking out a rank 10 as easily as a rank 8.
As funny you should actually mention OG Yu-Gi-Oh! Because this system actually reminds me a lot of a very old game called Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden Memories, which, yeah, if you know that anything about that game,
yep,
literally the only cards that really matter are the really powerful ones that you could basically just bully the Meadow Mage out of.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
But
if I remember... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
But thing is, with that game, it was made before the card game even had set rules.
Oh yeah, didn't Forbidden Memories like not have the sacrifice system for your higher level monsters?
Yeah, exactly. It was made...
Oh.
It was basically a prototype of the card game. It was made specifically to iron out all the kinks for the main card game. Which, okay, granted, I still love Forbidden Memories, jank and all, but this card game was made long after Forbidden Memories came out, so...
Yeah, like, there's no excuse.
Pretty much.
Like, okay. I know I ever since they brought out, like, the Synchro Summon, the Pendulum Summon, and some of the new summon systems, it's always been... it's always been a pain in the butt for me. But like at least with Yu-Gi-Oh, okay, level 1 through 4 you can just straight out summon them. Level 5 required 1 tribute. 6 to 8 required 2, and then 9 and higher required 3 tributes in order to summon. Like, that was actually very balanced, and you actually had to plan your deck around how to get your higher level monsters out. And,
Or just exploit hate card effects. Either one works.
oh yeah, and that too. With this, it's just like, okay, I just straight out summon my best monster and hope for the best.
Yeah. Hell, Pokemon actually Pokemon's entire system was that you had to work for the beat sticks to get on the field. I mean, after all, it worked exactly like the games.
Yeah, because you had to evolve your monsters, and then also, too, in order to use your more powerful abilities, you also had to put energy on them, too.
Exactly.
Also, Ghost, just to answer your question, these cards are for horny people who have no life. Apparently.
Yeah. Except this is discouraging them from interacting, so it is not exactly a good game for them.
I mean, this is basically delete my web history, the game.
But yeah, these really are the rules of V-Card, where it's simple higher number wins nonsense, where there's really no reason to play anything other than the super rare level 10 cards. At least these were the rules initially. Of course, I would be remiss if I did not mention that these were merely the first iteration of the rules. So, all across the internet, various influencers pointed out that these rules, and by extension the game attached to them, were total garbage. Like, completely unplayable, pay-to-win nonsense. You even had other VTubers dragging this game. There were people opening the packs, but nobody actually playing the game unless it was to see how bad it was. However, by the time this word of mouth had spread, the premiere set had already completely sold out. Because you don't buy cards to actually play with them, stupid! Yeah, remember that quote from before about how a game is asking players to play with strangers and stuff? Turns out that's not a problem for a game that doesn't actually want to be played. Yeah.
Yeah, my guess is that, no, they really just saw the whole... They just saw unpacking videos, and that's how it got sold.
Yeah, pretty much. I think, myself, they just sold it based on the fan service alone.
Yeah, but so does Yu-Gi-Oh!, and that actually plays.
Yeah, but in some cases with Yu-Gi-Oh, they actually like sometimes make the cards more risque as opposed to more censored.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck does this card game have?
A lot of sticky edges.
Oh goody. I can see them even less now.
You're welcome.
V-Card does not want people to actually play the game, merely to purchase it. It is wearing the title of TCG purely to chase the clout of the current tulip craze, the final form of the sickness affecting card games which I have talked about before. And the fact that the starter set doesn't even bother to contain a playmat or a rulebook should make that obvious. The best way to learn to play, huh? I hope I can help all of you understand that from here on out, a set 1 sellout of any new card game means absolutely nothing. It's the dark age of comics all over again, where people scalped the death of Superman like crazy, but these days you can get an original copy for like $2. Here's mine. But V-Card...
I mean, Death of Superman led to a really funny documentary, so...
Yeah, that's true. Also, I love how you pause the video. Really, though, the farmer with her melons. They're not even trying.
I made their VTubers, that's kinda their shtick, so...
And yet, Twitch, where most of these people stream on, has, like, the most strict rules when it comes to, like, nudity and lewdism.
Allegedly.
Oh, yeah, very allegedly. If you have more than 1 million subs, you can get away with bloody murder on your channel, apparently.
Or if you happen to be the one thing the Twitch's owner is jacking off to at the moment.
Which is a lot of things, apparently.
Indeed.
was still met with a problem. The sheer lambasting of the rules had revealed the naked cash grab that it really was, and made all of the people who had cleared out Set 1, consisting mostly of scalpers, look foolish. So they did the logical thing and completely scrapped the original rules, rendering the first edition run of the cards that they had charged so much money for basically worthless, as virtually every card with text was changed to fit these new rules. So what do the new rules look like? Well, rather than being reliable vanilla beaters, level 9 cards are now evolutions from level 8 cards. Wow! And you guessed it, level 10s evolve from level 9s! Oh, double wow! Well, technically the VTuber keeps their level 8 effect, and leveling up is both a tiny boost and a way to provide card flow, but as you may have guessed, these quote-unquote evolutions are just recycled from Set 1 in a desperate bid to let the rare foil cards keep their value, and so offer no new mechanics on their own. But wait, there's more! They changed it so that each player takes 6 entire turns before any fights are calculated and a winner is determined, while making sure to drown us in an unnecessary pile of complicated and...
Sorry, what? So wait, you have to wait 6 turns before any calculations for damage or battle or even outcome are done? Did I hear that right?
Good question. Check.
And so offer no new mechanics on their own. But wait, there's more! They changed it so that each player takes 6 entire turns before any fights are calculated and a winner is determined, while making sure to drown us in an unnecessary pile of complicated and poorly defined keywords, because that definitely solves this game's problems. Although speaking of...
Okay, I heard that right. Okay, awesome. So, remember how Yu-Gi-Oh! Used to take like 1 or 2 turns to resolve a winner?
Yeah, I think this might be a bit of an overcorrection.
Just a tad. Like, okay, Yu-Gi-Oh! Can sometimes go between 2 and like 10 turns at the most, depending on how much of a wall deck you have. I've seen Magic games go for like 1 to 5 turns, maybe 20 at the most if like you have a really good stall deck. But 6 turns before any sort of winner is declared is kind of like weird.
Yeah, it's like they never learned that Mystic Mine was something everybody hated.
Oh, Lord, I remember that card.
2 words that can invoke PTSD in a tournament player.
Oh, jeez. I mean, that and what was another one? Yadalock was another one that invokes PTSD for old school Yu-Gi-Oh players.
Yeah, but at least Yacht Lock is no longer a viable strategy, so...
I mean, no, you're right, but it used to be played quite often in my high school tournaments because there was always that one kid that plays a spirit deck who jumps at every chance to summon Yatagarasu and then equip it with 2 Axes of Despair and just blocks you and just absolutely destroys you.
Well, it's better than the infamous magical scientist, FTK.
Oh, jeez.
Which
Actually, for
Kodak also has a really good documentary on. Probably should show you eventually.
Oh, yeah, sure. I wouldn't mind taking a look.
But yeah, what were you saying?
Oh, I was going to say, like, I actually pulled off that combo on my graduating day at high school. And it was mostly just to see what all the fuss was about. And holy crap, I did not want to do that again. It was just too cheap.
Yeah, there was a good reason. This Yata Garasu was the very first of the Forbidden List monsters.
Yeah.
Nowhere does it mention what happens if there are multiple cards with the same name, or multiple different mascots, or even characters whose names don't match despite allegedly being the same character. All of the issues I brought up before. This just goes to show how slapdash a solution this whole thing really is.
In summary, it's a cash grab.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Has that problem with
any
cards
less
that
of a cash
are treated
grab.
as other cards as well.
Yeah, but they at the very least have judges and all sorts of things to work around them.
I mean, true, but like the infamous Umi fiasco, because in Yu-Gi-Oh! There's several cards that are specific to searching and using Umi, which is basically a legendary ocean, which is a field card that added attack power to your water type monsters.
Oh yeah, I heard of that fiasco. But at the very least, you could excuse that for being one of the numerous translation kerfuffles.
True enough. But then, like, around that same time, they did it again with the Harpies ladies. Because there's the Harpy Lady, there's Harpy Lady number 1, Harpy Lady number 2, Harpy Lady number 3, Cyber Harpy Lady, and all of them are treated as Harpy Lady. And you see where a lot of the issues come into play when you actually think about it, because technically they're all different monsters, so you can technically run 3 copies of them.
I
but
think
in
they
reality,
kinda had... I think that it was kind of ruled a while ago that they couldn't run more than 3.
yeah, because you can only run 1 copy of any of those. So, for instance, Harpy Lady 1, 2, and 3, you can only have 1 copy of each, or you can run 3 Harpy Lady number 1s or 3 Harpy Lady number 2s, and it's just like, why even bother giving them that name, like numbering them 1, 2, and 3, if you're not even going to let people play multiples of them, you know?
Yeah.
Oh well.
But honestly, that's really just them wanting to emulate anime shit.
Yeah, that's true.
Not like this is the worst sort of game to come out, right? Another cash grab for the pile. It's not like one of the major forces behind the game had a major scandal or something. So Cinder, one of the major forces behind VCon, had a major scandal or something. Oh dear.
The pin drop came when the VTuber designer and
Cinder was, in fact, one of the major masterminds behind this card game.
Oh no.
Oh, yes.
Oh no.
Modeler Nanoless revealed the details about how they were treated by Cinder and her manager, and this opened the floodgates, where many talents in the space had their own Cinder story. Now, this isn't a drama channel, so I will refrain from going too deep into it, but it got very ugly very fast. At the end of the day, it showed how dangerous it can be to have something like this tied to the sorts of personalities that can destroy the reputation of your game with one nasty crash out. The result was that Cinder was basically excised from the general VTubing sphere as well as from the V-card game itself, but not before she was forever printed as binders and boxes and, of course, playable cards. Yikes.
Gotta enjoy those golden parachutes.
Oh boy. Way to back the wrong horse, guys.
Thankfully, it seems like this was the end of the drama. I mean, Cinder definitely made the wise decision to hide out in the pub and wait for all of this to blow over, right? Not come back with her own version of If I Did It or anything.
Oh, VTuber drama can never be put to rest, can it?
Spoiler alert, that document didn't say shit.
Obviously, because it's a thousand pages. Okay. 1,000 pages of what? Bullshit?
Her trying to spin all her major scandals in a way that made it sound, I don't know, less toxic. It still sounded pretty fucking toxic.
Oh boy. Great. Picket, are we going to go over that document at some point? Please don't subject us to that document.
Yeah, that's probably gonna be a no, since it took Mugen 6 hours just to go through the entire thing. So yeah, I don't think any of us have that time.
No, I don't think we do. I also don't think our audience is going to like us much for it either, so.
But, I mean, a crash out here or there isn't that big a deal. It's not like an entire company went under or something.
So an entire company went under or something!
Remember when I talked about how the space is full of rent seekers? So it turned out that quote-unquote VTuber talent agency vShojo was basically not paying a lot
Oh my god,
of its talent
Sojo
for several
again?
months, as well as
It was basically just for the same thing. You know, them pulling a Gerard and everything.
Oh my lord. I didn't think the V-Sojo drama could get any worse, but here we are.
Though, to be fair, it only was very tangentially related.
refusing to transfer
Just a minor
$500,000
cliff
of
note.
collected charity money to the charity it had been promised to. Talk about a dick move. And it's actually kind of unrelated. I thought it was more related because Nyanners and Silvervale are in the set, but apparently they left the company years before this happened, and Emily only got tied up with it after V-Card was a thing, but still, wow, the VTuber space is incredibly unstable, isn't it? Pretty crazy to
Yeah, to say the least.
I mean, there's several VTubers who are very open about some of the toxic work environment they've had to deal with previous agencies.
Let's never forget about Doki Bird.
Oh god, I was trying to, but thank you for reminding me. But I mean, there's a few that went indie when Sojo went under. So that's pretty good, I guess.
Yeah, but they were ultimately part of but it was ultimately part of their contract that they could retain the rights to their persona.
Yeah,
Sadly,
which is really good.
this is sadly a very rare occurrence in the industry, so...
Yeah, because, like, if you go with an agency, chances are you shouldn't use your own personal persona. You might want to use one that they give you, or a throwaway persona, so that when you do decide to leave...
Or if they fire you, which is more likely.
Yeah, which is more likely, yes. They could just put another person behind the model and then just change out the voice and do a redebut.
Yeah. So apparently it's apparently not advised to use different people behind the avatar. In fact, it's only ever used by really shitty companies like Wactor.
Oh, yeah.
See people tied to VShojo on these cards, and now that I think about it, talking about VTuber agencies with a negative reputation kind of makes me feel uncomfortable looking at my Niji Sanji deck these days. Did I at least pull any Doki Birds in this box? No? Darn. Though, then again, what I have here is a box of Set 2 chaff, which cost me less than the chaff from a Magic the Gathering booster box, actually. And this is from the special first edition run, which up until now are the only parts of Set 2 that have been released. Really retaining its value, I see. And yes, this is so far the only stuff that has been released. I actually did order some of Set 2 in the Unlimited format, which I have not gotten any updates on since August. I also noticed that, unlike everything from Set 1, which is listed as sold out, the stuff from Set 2, aside from the first editions, which they already had printed before the game became a laughingstock, everything is listed as pre-sale ended instead of sold out. Kinda specific, isn't it? As for what I ordered, it was the second run of the starter deck. I'm curious to see if they'll actually include a rulebook this time. Also, there were plenty of complaints when, in the first edition of the starter set, the level 10 characters, which are supposed to be the foil chase cards, were not foil like the ones in the booster packs are. So, to address that complaint, they put in bold that they aren't going to be fixing that, and that they are sorry that we feel that way. Well, if you...
Oh, wow. That's a dick move.
Yes. The classic EA telling the PSP Madden fans to deal with it.
Just deal with it. It's not our problem. It's not our fault we put out a bad product. Why aren't you buying our product? Our fans are so ungrateful.
Yeah, gotta enjoy that shit.
Oh, I know. Just want to line up every exec and slap
not gonna
them.
bother with giving us any foils in the starter set, unlike every single card game on the planet, could you at least spring for some tape to hold the box shut this time? Otherwise, I can just take out the cards, replace them with any old thing, and claim it's unopened. Although at this point, I'll be surprised if anything shows up at all. And of course, their Halloween advertisement is a 20-second clip that causes seizures. How classy.
And so, boils and ghouls, that's the story of V-Card. It's a tragedy, really. On its surface, it was presented as an idea that could bring a bunch of independent creators together into something more. However, the game wound up a laughingstock because, as we've demonstrated in this video, and as the denizens of the Satellite of Love would say,
they just didn't care.
It just goes to show, my ghoulies, if you want to make a tie-in game that has good staying power, it can't just look pretty and do as little as possible. It has to be a good game underneath the surface. The last thing you want is for your fans to get laughed at because they got caught holding the bag. So, my dear boils and ghouls, that's it for this year's episode of Tales from the Bargain Bin. And this is your boy Skullsy saying, Happy Hallow Scream! Alright, Danny boy, evil waits for no skeleton!
So yeah, that was the Kodak's video on the B card trading card game.
Wow, I will not look at VTubers the same way again. Oh
I
man,
will.
there were a few VTubers that I saw there that I recognized from clips I've seen here and there.
Yeah.
But it just comes off as like a big fan service game, you know?
Yeah, but fan service can only get you so far.
Yeah, that's
You have
true.
to have substance in there at some point. Why do you think a lot of characters tend to have fans? I mean, hell, it's why VTubers actually have fans.
Yeah, that's true. A lot of them really do play the whole, oh, my chat is full of simps and I gotta give them a little tease to make my money. Um, Wait, what bird, Ghost? What bird are we talking about? I'm confused.
Yeah, I don't think any of us mentioned a bird.
Did we mention a bird?
Oh, I think
I
we
don't
may
think
have mentioned Doki Bird.
Oh yeah, Doki Bird. Okay. Um, yeah, I haven't really watched any of their stuff, so I'm not really sure what to think about Doki Bird.
Yeah.
So I wonder if Saratsu got uh s- their stuff fixed.
Good question.
Yeah. Because weren't we doing a the epic reaction as well?
Yeah, I better at them on Discord.
Do 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 do. Because I know Saratsu's online. Because I think Sasha said that they were going to be a little late. Because we threw them into the washing machine.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
At least that's the story.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. I think it had something to do with Cerebus finding a new toy or something.
Yeah, that new toy happened to be Sasha.
Ah. They really do need to discipline that dog.
I don't know. I think we really need to work on those portals to the underworld.
Sadly, we can't because the portals are being caused by some prick actually playing Fatal, and apparently the word is they happen way too infrequently for that to matter. Just saying, if we stop the game, we could probably nip several buds.
So what I'm hearing is I have to do a playthrough of Fatal.
thanks for volunteering.
Wait. What?
Yeah,
if
we
I have
have
to do this.
Yeah, we have
Go
to
ahead.
get. We actually have to get someone to cast the spell Fatal in order to end the game, so. That's gonna take several frickin' rolls.
Okay, but why am I the sacrificial lamb for this?
You actually play tabletop RPGs.
I mean, fair. But I mean, all we need is for somebody to roll some dice. Why can't we get one of the interns to do it?
Do you know anybody who's willing to play Fatal?
I mean, I know a couple who are dumb enough to play anything we put in front of them as long as we pay them.
Yeah. You've seen the textbooks. Yep. There's not enough money in the world to fund that.
Yeah, I know. Fuck. Does this mean I have to go and buy the actual book and actually learn to play it?
Oh, don't worry, it's on tabletop RPG.
Oh, thank
Simulator.
goodness. Oh, great. Awesome. Wait. That begs a question. Shit, I do have Tabletop Simulator as part of my Steam library. God damn it.
Yeah.
I can't use the excuse of, oh, well, I don't have Tabletop Simulator. Guess that excuse is out of the window.
Seems like Suratsu isn't still busy.
Which is weird, because he is online.
And maybe he's currently busy with something else.
Oh, what? Wasn't Saratsu and Sasha playing D&D?
Yeah, most likely, actually. Now that I think about it.
All right.
You wanna watch another video?
Yeah, sure. Subject me to more pain. I could take it.
Alright, so this video is also by Kodak, and it's called Banning Cards. It's a part of his series called Errata Text, which actually explains the thought process behind individual mechanics and why people are encouraged to use or not use them in terms of design.
All right. This should be fun.
Yeah. It also begins with the Magic the Gathering card, so it might. But don't worry, he does explain the context, since I know none of us play Magic the Gathering.
Oh, I used to play it back in the day, so I'm good.
Oh, then, yeah, here's the bit of a. You probably already know of Nadu, right?
Yeah.
You, prepare to find out how busted he is.
Is surely not long
Oh,
for
boy.
this world. This could happen as soon as next
This is
week.
gonna be
I
fun.
said that Nadu was the Hayek of Modern Horizons 3, but I was wrong. Because it's even better.
However, there is one card for Modern Horizons 3 that is probably making more waves than others. It's the one that I think may get a ban, or cause something else to get banned. Let's talk about the bird.
Picket,
Recently, there has been
Yeah.
a row.
you didn't share the stream in the chat.
Oh, right. Yeah, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Looks like Sasha
Okay.
responded. Yeah, they're playing D&D.
Yeah, that's what I figured. That's what I thought they were doing.
Alright, so back to... Alright.
Thank you.
Nadu, winged wisdom, is surely not long for this world. This could happen as soon as next week.
I said that Nadu was the Hageka Modern Horizons 3, but I was wrong. Because it's even better.
However, there is one card for Modern Horizons 3 that is probably making more waves than others. It's the one that I think may get a ban, or cause something else to get banned. Let's talk about the bird.
Recently, there has been a row regarding the Magic the Gathering Modern Masters card Nadu Winged Wisdom, about how it is apparently destroying the modern format with its abilities, combined with an apparent reluctance by Wizards of the Coast to ban the card despite its clear dominance and major outcry, combining with another card from the exact same set to create a presence so dominating it has taken entire top 4s in major tournaments and started grumblings about a format boycott until they ban the bird. Now, I am certain that Wizards has their reasons for not wanting to ban
it's not
Nadu,
that
but
overpowered.
I don't think
Like, okay, just going off the text alone, it's a flying creature. It requires 3 mana, one of which has to be green, one of which has to be blue. That, if you're running like a specialty deck, that could be slightly difficult to bring out unless you have a deck that works with like multiple different colors of mana that need to be utilized. Creatures you control have the whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or an ability, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land card, put it into the battlefield. Otherwise, put it into your hand. This ability triggers only twice each turn. Oh.
Yeah, saw the problem, didn't ya?
Yeah, okay. Now that I actually read it out loud. Okay. Yeah. So does this ability trigger only to this card? Or if you have like 5 or 6 creatures, does it trigger up to 20 times?
Where do you see the quotations?
Right before whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or... Oh, fuck.
Yeah. Now you see the
Okay.
problem. I don't even play Magic, and even I saw the flaw.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at it quickly, and I just had to talk it out a little bit, and then I'm just like, oh, wait a sec. Shit. And if your creature is already an effect creature, it overrides their effect as well. Oh, fuck.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this card should be banned. Why is this a 30-minute video? Let's continue.
they're good ones, and honestly are indicative of how many companies are treating the hobby, which is one of several things I plan on interrogating in this video.
Yeah.
Also,
That image sounds
I know
about
what
right.
this current song is usually associated with, but it's literally called Bird Brains, which, considering the topic at discussion, seems apropos. Anyway, let's begin, as usual with this series, with something completely different. So there is a genre of video games called fighting games, which are usually one-on-one competitions where players leverage the different advantages of each character to try to win what is essentially a boxing match. The fan base of these games usually divide these characters into tiers based on their ease of use and effectiveness in combat. Now, while developers try to make sure a cast is balanced a certain way when the game is released, the sheer volume of experimentation done by the oodles of players who get their hands on the game might reveal this intended balance to actually be wildly off-center, with clear winners and losers, and occasionally, a character or two whose kit is so overwhelming that they become the only real choice. Doing otherwise is bringing a knife to a spear fight.
Step 1 to having no friends.
Yeah, I do enjoy me some cheese.
And as a result of their sheer power, a lot of tournaments will
Hashtag sorry,
officially
not sorry.
ban players from using these overpowered characters. Although nowadays, if a character becomes a problem, the game's developers can release a balance patch to try to alleviate those overpowered characters. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for a trading card game whose cards are already printed into a hard, unchangeable format. So like an old school fighting game. Hello and welcome to Erratatext, the show where we go... Oh boy. A ban list is a game's last line of defense against getting cannibalized by its own parts. It is an inevitability that troublesome parts of your game will slip through the cracks, making it through testing and printing and even distribution before a problem gets discovered by the exponential increase of the number of eyes on the game, especially with those with an eye for victory at all costs.
How's it going?
It's going all right.
That's good.
Yeah, we're just doing a little appetizer before the main course, so to speak.
All right, let's see.
Eventually, somebody is going to ferret out a game-altering strategy, and it won't be long before others see what is happening and copy it, and before you know it, you have an infestation on your hands.
Yeah, that is basically the biggest problem with the format, sadly. Don't see it changing anytime soon.
Yeah. Oh man, I miss Max C.
Well,
Okay,
from what I can tell, it's actually still legal in the OCG, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, something going on in in your chat.
In our chat?
Yeah.
Not really. But our chat, but Axel chat isn't really working for me right now, so it really shows a blank box.
Figures.
Yeah.
Right now, doesn't seem OBS is working for me with the Rumble Pack stream.
Well, I'll probably just submit an edited VOD later.
Okay. We could probably split it up per that derp brain work.
That's
split it up split it up between the different sagas, because each group of songs is separated by sagas.
Oh yeah, I definitely heard the soundtrack before. I just haven't really heard them in order, so to say.
Okay.
Yeah. So to recap, since you just got here, we started off with the introduction. Started off with Magic the Gathering card called Nadu Winged Wisdom, and apparently Ray had to take a couple seconds to figure out why it was banned, since Nadu is a very old card in his defense. So
yeah, it is.
Yeah.
To be honest, I never seen it hit any play with any of my friends, so I forgot like the card even existed. So when they actually showed the card and I read through the effect, I was just like, well, this isn't... Why is this card banned? The effect's not... Oh, shit.
Yeah. And I actually noticed the problem, and I don't even play the game. It really helps that I actually know how competitive players tend to think, so... Yeah, Kodak here is basically explaining the reasoning behind why to ban a card, so... Yeah, right now we're still in the intro.
However, the ban hammer is a tool to be wielded with wisdom. Being trigger happy on banning a card might squish something that is merely strong instead of broken, or hit the wrong target, or ruin the value of an entire set you would really like to sell, please. So,
I think that this happens a lot.
Card banning is not something to take lightly. And
Konami is
ideally,
really
you
bad
capture
at
these
shooting
problems
themselves
while
in the
set is
foot
still in
when it comes to
development.
banning
However,
cards for certain effects. Like when they do it well, they do it well, but more often than not, they shoot themselves in the foot.
I mean, to be fair, some of the cards are very situational when it comes to needing a ban. I mean, Ultimate Offering, for example, sounds ridiculously busted and was really banned just as a caution, but since traps never really see play, they just, it just kind of sat there.
I mean, there was also the fiasco with both Graceful Charity and Pot of Greed being banned and unbanned, and then limited, then rebanned, then unbanned yet again.
I mean, and to be fair, they are very busted effects, so...
Okay, I got it working.
Oh, nice.
Oh, good.
What I ended up doing was I just disconnected my account and then just on the advanced setting I just put in the stream key.
Oh. And I figured it must have been some kind of workaround like that.
Yeah.
Alright.
Alright, I'm going... I will be going live momentarily. Are you guys ready?
Alright. Want to do it after this reaction, or do you want to do it now?
What are you watching right now?
Erotic text banning cards video. It's what we were talking about earlier about the whole native winged wisdom thing.
Okay. I don't play card games, so I wouldn't know.
Well, I don't really play a whole lot of card games either, but I definitely can keep up with the jargon, since a lot of them is familiar to me just in general.
I've played Yu-Gi-Oh! I've played Magic the Gathering, so I'm pretty familiar with a few different TCG games.
Yeah. Let's see.
Also carefully weigh this against the fact that you cannot allow yourself to become afraid of innovation, because a card game that offers nothing new, what does not grow, dies. One of the major problems that causes a ban list are often extended or eternal formats, where cards printed many years ago that most developers might have forgotten ever existed suddenly becomes a problem. This is why Yu-Gi-Oh! And Modern Magic have dozens of banned cards, while Pokemon, which lacks an eternal format,
the stream
has
is
more than a
my stream
handful
is
at a
live.
time.
It's still on the
Now,
stream is
cards have been
starting
banned
screen
from
though.
practically everything under the sun, from being
alright. So, you want to just save this for later?
Yeah, we can save it for later.
Alright. Probably start from the beginning after we're done. So, yeah, let's, actually, yeah, let me stop sharing the screen.
Right. And there we are.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Yep, no worries.
Yeah, to my stream watchers, I am going to be reacting to Epic the Musical on the Rumble Pack server. In fact, let me go ahead and link the video since may as well get some eyes on that channel.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there it is.
Great. Hazel posted around on the usual channels. All right, let me know when you've finished streaming.
Actually, I'm still streaming, but I'm also drawing, so...
Okay.
You got the Discord overlay on your end?
Discord overlay?
You know, the one that shows...
Oh, yeah, the reactive images? Yeah, I do.
Alright.
Let me make you guys a bit bigger. Okay, there we go. And let's see. Switch back so I can see the chat. And bring in our voices. Hello?
Hello, hello.
Hello?
Testing,
Can anybody hear us?
Can the chat hear us?
That is the question. The chat is slow and delayed. And transition. All right, they can hear us.
Awesome.
Me. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our first live reaction. And welcome to our first live reaction of of this channel.
Yeah,
Hello, Alex. Hello, Hazel.
So no VODs.
Yeah, no VODs. We are one short today because Sasha ended up going into the underworld and got played with by Cerberus a little too much.
Yeah, so Sasha's in the washing machine as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Thankfully, we remembered to take the speaker out this time.
Yeah, indeed.
Although I wish you would have let me record the sounds it was making. That would have made Halloween so much more epic.
Yeah.
Those are info hazards, and you know it.
Fair.
Yeah,
but,
true.
Yeah. Today we will be reacting to Epic the Musical. So, to give a bit of some information, Epic the Musical is a concept album created by Jorge Rivera Herons. And yes, that is how it's pronounced. It's not George, it's Jorge. He basically made this in the style of a Broadway musical, but it's all just concept music albums, and it and it is subject to change if it ever gets adapted into an actual Broadway musical.
Of course. Creative liberties and all that jazz.
Oh yeah.
Right. And I have already seen Epic the Musical. In fact, this is my personal animatic playlist. Oh yeah, that I should also mention, because of how popular it got at some point, people have started making animatics or rough animations for it up the wazoo, and it is insane just how many animatics there are. It numbering in the triple digit.
I mean, animatics are a pretty fun thing to do, so I'm not surprised.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, the musical got popular over TikTok, so that was kind of inevitable.
Oh yeah, it did start on TikTok. And speaking of TikTok, Jorge is also now working on a musical for the Iliad, which is the story that takes place before the Odyssey.
Huh.
For those who don't know their Greek history, the Iliad is the takes place in the final year of the Trojan War and focuses on Achilles, the famous warrior who went ballistic after his cousin got murked. It was very sad.
Man, I remember. Sorry, go ahead.
In fact, the Iliad, has another name, the Wrath of Achilles. In fact, the first word that is uttered in the story is Menon, wrath. But that is not the story that we are going to be witnessing today. Epic the Musical is primarily based on the story of the Odyssey, the journey of Greek hero Odysseus as he tries to make it home and finds himself impeded at every turn by both gods and monsters.
Yeah, as Shaperillis put it, it was basically the shonen anime of its time.
It really was.
I guess you could put it that way. Anyways, without further ado, are you guys ready?
As ready as we'll ever be.
All right.
Indeed.
Might get a few ads, but between each song, but I got ad blocker, which causes the ads to kind of stutter, which is kind of funny.
Ah. Well, you better be careful since YouTube's been cracking down on ad blockers as of late.
Yeah. Our first animatic is a fusion of two songs, The Horse and the Infant and Just a Man by Gigi. Gigi is pretty famous among the pause that for a second. Gigi is pretty famous among the animatic community and is widely considered to be the first person to start the animatics. So she has and she's also holds a special place in my heart because it was one of her animatics that helped me discover this whole musical in the first place.
Oh, nice.
I have no idea why, but my cursor is vanished, but put this in theater mode. Oh, there's my cursor. All right. I'm gonna put it in full screen mode. And we'll begin. You guys ready?
Yep.
Yeah.
Right. Here we go. Horse and the Infant.
Ah, that's better.
They're growing old and yet you're still here. Do what I say and you'll see them again. Yes, sir! Diomedes will lead the charge. Agamemnon will flank the guards. Menelaus will let our mates through the gates to take the whole city at large. Teucer will shoot any ambush attacking. Little Ajax will stay back. Nestor, secure Helen and protect her. Neo, avenge your father, kill the brothers of Hector. Yes, sir! Find that inner strength now. Use that well of pride. Fight through every pain now. Ask yourself inside, what do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for? What do you live for? What do you try for? What do you wish for? What do you fight for? Penelope, Penelope, and Telemachus.
Oh man, the animation's really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Penelope, what do you try for? Telemachus, what do you wish for? I'm on my way. What do you fight for? Attack! Who was that?
A vision of what is to come.
Hi, Zeus.
Not be outrun, can only be dealt with right here and now.
Tell me how.
I don't think you're ready. A mission to kill someone's son, a foe who won't run, unlike anyone you have faced before.
Say no more. I know that I'm ready.
I don't think you're ready.
Ooh.
He was not ready.
Nope.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a boy. What sort of imminent threat does he pose that I cannot avoid?
This is the son of none other than Troy's very own Prince Hector. Know that he will grow from a boy to an avenger, one fumed with rage as you're consumed by age. If you don't end him now, you'll have no one left to save. You can say goodbye to Penelope. You can say goodbye to Penelope.
I could raise him as my own, or send him far away to find make sure his past is never known.
down on your knees for ya.
I'll beg and please.
Will of the gods.
Please don't make me do this. Don't make me do this.
The blood on your hands is something you won't lose. All you can choose is fools.
Ooh.
That is a killer line to end on for that song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, some context. There were a lot of names dropped in that intro, and many of them were in the Iliad. Let's see. Ajax, he had a tragic end. He wasn't actually little, though. There were two Ajaxes, Great Ajax and Lesser Ajax. That they just called him that big in order to differentiate them. And King Nestor, Nestor is secure Helen and protector. Nestor is interesting because he is probably the oldest guy in that era. He's lived since the time of Heracles. That's as far back as his name goes. Agamemnon, he's an asshole, and that Menelaus, it is the guy that Helen of Troy was previously married to, the king of Sparta.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also really love how this basically establishes the dynamic between gods and man.
Yeah. the gods in the Greek world were very active, and they were and they did not show any hesitation to people who disrespected them. Just look at Arachne.
Yep.
She disrespected the gods, and that got to turn into a spider for her troubles.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
There's
I've
also
always. Sorry, you go ahead,
go ahead.
Picket.
there's also the fact that gods and humans have very, very different lifespans and abilities, so it's more akin to blue and orange morality rather than
That is fair,
anything
yeah.
else.
I've lived among humans long enough that I can understand their side of the morality better than a deity's. But yeah, that child, the son of Prince Hector, is named in the Greek text. He is named Astyanax, and after the siege of Troy, that the Achaeans, the Greeks, debated for a long time on what to do with him, because no one wanted to kill a baby. That's why that whenever Greek kings were confronted with a prophecy that their child would overthrow them, that they would hand that duty off to someone else. But yeah, no one wanted to kill a child, but they eventually came to the decision that if they didn't kill Astyanax, he would eventually grow up and come back seeking revenge after they've all aged.
Yeah, the Greek pantheon was one of my favorite things to learn about in high school, and I think one of the best things about it is even the gods had their flaws. Like, they weren't these perfect, all-knowing, all-powerful, all-encompassing beings. They still had like their vices. I mean, look at how many kids Zeus had.
Oh yeah.
And look at how many of them were not with Hera.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing Zeus has lost a lot of his power, because he probably smite me if he heard me call him by my favorite nickname for him, the god of one night stands.
I mean, he probably embraces it now.
Probably.
But we don't want to take that risk.
Yeah.
Oh, thankfully, he and Hera finally divorced. It was apparently mutual.
They're still married.
To your
They're
knowledge.
still married. Yeah. Hera is Hera's the goddess of family and marriage. That she doesn't believe in divorces.
Even though we probably should.
Yeah. There was one time when Hera did get mad at Zeus enough to leave, and Zeus actually cleaned up his act for once.
Well, for once.
Yeah.
In quotation.
Basically, he had a wooden doll carved. He dressed it up and went and made it look like that there was a new marriage procession. And when Hera showed up to see what was going on and found that it was a wooden doll, Zeus said said that he had only had eyes for her. It was actually pretty sweet, and then it became a tradition to remember their marriage in that area by burning wooden dolls in a volcano.
Huh. That's oddly specific.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyways.
Sure they were wooden dolls.
Yeah, they were wooden dolls. Carved wooden dolls, but wooden dolls. They're not doing Kazuya there.
I mean, I'm just making sure, because we know that there's plenty of people who would say that they sacrificed a wooden doll, but in reality, it wasn't a wooden doll.
All right.
And I think they
Anyways,
discontinued that tradition because volcanoes are just really freaking annoying to trek to.
True.
Anyways, let's continue this.
Yes.
Onward to Just a Man, probably the most famous song in this saga, the Troy saga.
Well, barring a couple others, but we'll get those eventually.
Honestly, the guy that's doing the song work, he's doing a phenomenal job.
That is Jorge himself singing.
Wait, really?
Yeah, dude was actually a singer.
Oh wow.
He wrote and composed all these songs.
Yeah, I believe some of them were part of a school project or something.
I think they were at the start, but it has since grown into this grand thing.
I hope he got a good grade on it.
I hope so.
Same. Wow.
So yeah, in the end, he had to kill the infant.
Yep.
Yep.
He could not take the chance that Asianax would grow up and murder everyone he loved.
But at the same time, it's very clear he did not appreciate the deed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, like that was a very hard choice to make.
Yeah, and the worst part about it, some animatics have him has his vision shifting to see his own son in Asianax's place, because keep in mind that he when he left his son was still an infant, which was 10 years ago at this point. So his son Telemachus would be 11 at this point, roughly.
Oh, geez, that's got to be very heavy to deal with.
Yeah, the Trojan War lasted 10 years at least. The bulk of it was laying siege to Troy itself, because Troy's walls were legendary in how tough they were to penetrate. It was even it was even believed that Apollo himself helped build the walls.
Although you could make the argument that they were in fact normal walls. I mean, let's face it, this was ancient times after all. Giant walls were practically the greatest defense you could ever have.
Yeah, this was the late, this was the end of the Bronze Age, the Mycenaean Greece, before we hit the Dark Ages, where a lot of information got lost.
Yeah.
Yep.
The reason we still have some of these stories, what is because of writers and poets write through oral tradition.
I think voice cut out for me.
Ah, jeez. What was the last thing you heard me say?
Because some of the stuff
sorry.
you remember why some of these were preserved.
Yeah, they were preserved through oral tradition.
Of course, later on, the printing press was invented, and of course, as much as we like to harp on it these days, the churches did preserve a lot of texts, like, as much as they feasibly could.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, let's move on to the third song in the saga, Full Speed Ahead. We're cutting ahead in time to when they leave the land and begin sailing home. Go away, ads. Be gone.
Ads, be gone.
Silence, ad.
My ad blocker isn't perfect.
Are you using AdBlock Plus or
Malwarebytes?
Oh, okay. Because I use AdBlock Plus, and that seems to be that works really well with YouTube.
Something feels off here. I see fire, but there's no smoke. I say we strike first. We don't have time to waste, so let's break the place and... No. Pull the T's, gear up. You and I'll go ahead. You and I'll go ahead. We should try to find a way no one ends up dead. We don't know what's ahead. Give me till sunrise. And if we don't return, then 600 men can make...
You know, I really do love this way of storytelling.
What do you mean? The musical part aspect?
Yeah, I really do like the musical part aspect where they're actually telling the story as a musical. I really do like when they do this.
Yeah, in musicals, getting the progression of story across through music is how they do their thing. If a musical it just has songs for the sake of having songs, it's not doing a good job as being a musical.
Yeah.
Yeah, it also helps that songs are tend to be very easy ways to memorize details.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I mean, after all, wouldn't you want to sing along to it?
Oh, definitely.
I'm kind of vibing to this, actually.
All right, and that was Full Speed Ahead by animated by Markami. Thank you, Markami. Your animatic is beautiful.
It really is.
We just got introduced to two characters there, Eurylochus and Polites. Eurylochus is another big name in the Odyssey, and he's basically in the original Odyssey, he was the dumbass who questioned Odysseus's choices at every turn.
And we all know how that worked out for them.
Oh, definitely. And Polites, he doesn't really show up a lot in the Odyssey. And weird, strangely enough, we don't even know where he dies in the Odyssey.
It was probably one of the incidents involving the sea creatures.
Possibly. What we do know is he survived as far as Circe in the original book. But here Jorge has selected him as the deliverer of the message, which you'll be learning in the next song. After this, after the ads get skipped. So here we have Formerly Humans Open Arms animatic. Oh yeah, something I should also mention, a lot of animatics tend to portray Polites with glasses, and that's because the person who sung Polites' lines also wore glasses.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it makes sense.
Yeah. Some animatics like to use the real life actors likeness when designing characters for the animatics.
I mean, it is a pretty common thing to do when it comes to animation.
Yeah, that's true.
You can relax, my friend. Huh? I can tell you're getting nervous, so do yourself a service and try to relax, my friend. I'm fine, Polites. Think of all that we have been through. We'll survive what we get into. I know that you're tired of the war and bloodshed. Tell me, is this how we're supposed to live? Look at how you grip your sword and upset. Why should we take when we could give? You can show a person that you trust them when you stop and lower your guard. Here we have a chance for some adjustment. Give it a try, it's not that hard. I'm telling you, this life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. Whatever we face, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place, we can light up the world. Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms. Stay back.
Oh my goodness, nudity.
I mean, it wouldn't be a great musical without it.
Yeah.
of course.
That they didn't wear a lot of clothes back in the day. In fact, sandals were pretty rare as well, from what I've heard, from what I remember. But yeah, these are the lotus eaters. They weren't really little furry cat things. In the story, they were people who were drugged out on flowers.
Yeah, but to be fair, that's a lame design choice, don't you think?
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Hi, Athena.
What the?
Lotus eaters, I'd like to show my friend that kindness is brave. Could you tell me where there's other food to eat? A cave.
Scary cave.
A cave that may or may not cause a massive domino to fall.
Oh yeah.
Quick question.
Yeah.
So these guys are on the open sea, right?
Yeah. This is an island that they're currently visiting right now.
Oh yeah, no, I get that. They're on an island. They're searching for food. The reason why they're exploring is for food, right?
Yeah.
Why didn't they just make some fishing rods and nets and just catch fish off of the boats?
Well, you see, fishing isn't as reliable when you're trying to feed 600 men.
Yeah.
Yeah, true.
Gonna have to do that for hours.
Yeah. Okay, fair.
Yeah, as you can see, that the killing the infant definitely scarred Odysseus there.
Oh yeah.
And things only went downhill from there.
Oh, definitely.
I mean, to be fair, being forced to kill an infant, if you don't get some sort of PTSD from that, you're a psychopath.
Oh, definitely. Especially when when killing that infant basically drew your memories back to your own child. But yeah, let's move on to the final song in the Troy Saga, "Warrior of the Mind." As you all remember, we saw an owl watching in this song. After these ads get skipped, we'll begin "Warrior of the Mind" by Murchie.
I like the design they did for Athena.
Yeah, it's very good design.
Yeah.
Show yourself. I know you're watching me. Show yourself. I can see you. How can you see through my spell? I was lying, and you fell for my bluff. Well done, enlighten me. What's your name? You first, and maybe I'll do the same. Nice try, but two can play this game. Nah, don't be modest. I know you're a goddess, so let's be honest. You are Athena. Badass in the arena. Unmatched, witty, and queen of.
Wow, just call her out like that.
Yeah. Rejected.
Yep.
Well, he was kind of out of her league anyways. Worth a shot anyways.
I mean, you can't kill a guy for trying, can you?
Yeah. Oh, Argos.
Wow.
And that's the end of the Troy saga.
Yeah.
So Athena is essentially Odysseus's patron goddess, because she was impressed with his wisdom and tactics in battle. And interesting thing about that boar, that is actually related to a early myth with Odysseus, where he went out boar hunting, and while fighting one, he got a pretty nasty wound in his calf, and it left a pretty nasty scar, and people would recognize him by that scar, even if he was disguised.
Well, yeah, at least he is an Achilles.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. All it took for Achilles was getting shot in the heel.
As
yeah,
Philoctetes would say, such a heel he was. He barely flicked there once and kaboom, he's history.
But yeah, that was the end of the Troy saga, and let's move on to the second saga, the Cyclops saga. This is where things go downhill.
Yep.
You know, every Greek story is a tragedy, didn't you know?
Uh-huh. We're going to be continuing on the Murchie train with Polyphemus. Right after these ads.
It's almost like a Saturday morning cartoon thing.
Yeah. Right after these messages.
Or a streaming service. Take your pick.
Yeah.
Over here. Look at all this food. Look at all these sheep. I can't believe this cave has all this for us to keep.
I've gotta hand it to you both. This is quite the treat. There are enough sheep here to feed the entire fleet.
It's almost too perfect, too good to be true. Why would the lotus eaters pass up on all this food?
Oh. Boss fight time.
Yeah. So how many of you need to clean up the bricks that you've collectively shat? Because
I got 2 cats pawing at the screen trying to bat at the Cyclops. So they're ready for a boss fight.
Oh yeah, but yeah, this is probably the most terrifying design people have given to Polyphemus. That is the name of the Cyclops.
In all honesty, I like how they went with like part Cyclops, part Beholder.
Yeah. And by the way, that is Jorge doing the voice of Polyphemus using a voice modulator.
Oh, nice.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, shit. He's about to go John Wick on him.
Yeah.
Baba Yaga.
There's been a misunderstanding. We never came here to steal. But now that I see we've done some damage, maybe you and I can make a deal. I'll give you our finest treasure, so long as we leave alive. You can keep the world's best tasting wine. Have a drink, one sip and you'll understand the power that's in your hands. A wine so fresh, you'd never want to eat human flesh again. Then we shall be on our way. No bloodshed in here today. A trade you see, gift from you and a gift from me.
I'd like to thank you. Stranger, what's your name?
My name is Nobody. Nobody. Nobody.
Nobody. For your gift, I've won to reply.
I'm so glad we see eye to eye.
Oh.
He's had 10 years to practice his dad jokes. Let him have
Yeah.
this one. Though it looks like Polyphemus isn't gonna let him have it.
Nope.
Yeah, there's a joke in the Epic the Musical community where there's a joke where people say Polyphemus probably was gonna let them live, but then he made that dad joke.
Oh.
Yeah.
I mean, if I was him, I would have killed him for that dad joke too. Let's be honest.
Let him have it. He hasn't gotten to be a dad for 10 years.
True enough.
Anyways, here we go with Survive, another Murchie song.
Man, this is like watching a Dark Souls fight.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, Dark Souls was a bit of an influence to this series, if I recall correctly.
Oh, really? That was a Levi maneuver right there.
Attack on Titan, eat your heart out.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Uh-huh.
My Dark Souls comparison is very apt.
Oh, definitely. As soon as he pulled out the club, people started dying. They hit phase 2 and were not prepared.
This is almost
Indeed.
like it's almost like some of the harder Final Fantasy 14 bosses.
Oh yeah. To basically describe how it went down in the original book, that Polyphemus it basically sealed the entrance of the cavern with a giant boulder, which they could not get past. So what Odysseus did was he gave the Cyclops undiluted wine, and when asked for his name, he introduced himself as Nobody, and we'll get to why in a bit. But basically, the undiluted wine caused the Cyclops to get hammered as all heck and fall into a drunken sleep. Though in this case, what Odysseus did was he added a bit of the lotus from the previous island into the wine. causing
Oh, great.
So he basically roofied the Cyclops,
And
essentially.
yeah, I probably would have phrased it a little better, but yeah, that's exactly what he did.
I mean, for all you Final Fantasy fans out there, if you remember the item Bacchus wine, which makes you go berserk, there you go. Shit. What was the guy's name again? Odysseus, thank you. He just made that for the Cyclops. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Anyways, here we are with "Remember Them" by Wolfie the Witch, another big name in the animatic community.
Ah, yes, the song that effectively sealed Odysseus's fate.
Mm-hmm. Something that Jorge does really well is leitmotifs. If you were listening pretty closely, you could hear the full speed ahead leitmotif where the dun, 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 we're up and off and away we go. You could hear that in the playing in the background. Did you hear it?
Yeah, I heard it. That's really good.
Yeah. Jorge is a genius when it comes to music. Yeah, imagine how terrifying it is to just barely win out against a Cyclops after he killed half of the men you brought, and then only to find out there's more of them. They're probably shitting bricks right now.
Not as much bricks they'll be shitting as soon as they figure out who he was related to.
Uh-oh. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit.
That is it. And that was the crux of Odysseus' plan there. He introduced himself as nobody, so when people asked what happened to him, Polyphemus said that nobody did this.
Wow.
Now prepare to watch him fuck it up.
Yep.
Uh-huh. And there's Athena's leitmotif coming in on the piano.
Yep.
Have you forgotten the lessons I taught you? He's still a threat until he's dead. Finish it. No. No? What good
When mercy is a skill more of this world could learn to use. My friend is dead, our foe is blind. The blood we shed, it never dries. Is this what it means to be a warrior of the mind? Don't! Hey, Cyclops! When we met, I led with peace, while you fed your inner beast. But my comrades will not die in vain. Remember them. The next time that you dare, choose not to spare. Remember them. Remember us. Remember me. I'm the reigning king of Ithaca. I am neither man nor mythical. In your darkest
Dude basically doxed himself.
Oh.
Also, that smile.
Oh, that was such a creepy smile.
Yeah.
Dude, you never, ever tell a mystical creature your name.
Oh, absolutely not.
Especially given the chance that they might be related to someone even worse.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. The expressions on this animatic were just god tier, no pun intended. Let us move on to the final song in the Cyclops saga. My Goodbye. After these messages.
After these messages, we'll be
After
right
these
back.
messages.
You dumb fucked up.
Yep. One thing you definitely do not want to do with a god is with a Greek god is disappoint them. Just look at just look at what was his name? He was I think it was shoot, what was his name? It's been a long time. I believe it was Jason of the Argonauts. He basically was the champion of Hera, and he ended up disappointing her by breaking his marriage vows to try and get in with a royal family.
Oh yeah, that didn't end well for him either.
Yeah, he ended up getting crushed by the crumbling monument to his past glory.
Always fun.
Given what happens to her on a regular basis, that's something she especially hates.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Doxed himself and got rid of his protections.
Yeah.
He is the king of
Odysseus,
making really good decisions.
Yeah. Odysseus, dude. Now is not the time to be sassy with your divine sugar mama. Like, what are you doing, man?
This is like D&D when a warlock decides they've had enough with their patron.
Yeah, pretty much.
Ooh. The visuals and the voice work is just so haunting.
Yeah. And that's the end of the Cyclops saga. What do you think of it so far?
Honestly,
Pretty
I'm
good.
liking
It. Cause this was very masterfully done. There are a few things that do kind of hurt the musical, but all in all, it's a very well crafted. It's very well crafted. And something I mean to bring up. With everyone's motif, every person has like an instrument to help identify them. For Athena, she has the piano. And for Odysseus, he has the guitar.
Yeah.
Let's see, I believe Penelope, Odysseus's wife, has the viola. Because whenever Penelope is brought up, you hear her leitmotif with the viola, where it goes, Penelope. And that's her leitmotif. And I think Eurylochus has the drums. And here we come to the next saga, let's see, the Ocean Saga. And here we have Waffles to a Crisp's animatic for Storm.
Oh boy.
Storm sadly doesn't get a lot of animatics. A lot of the early songs don't get animatics much.
He's lost it.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yep. So funny little thing. This is actually a mistake on Jorge's part. This island is essentially home to the king of the winds, Aeolus, who later was retconned to be a god of the winds. And basically, in the Odyssey, his island was described as a floating island, which technically means it was an island that wasn't anchored to the bottom of the sea, so it would drift across the ocean, not really staying in one location. But Jorge made the mistake when reading that and thought it meant it was like floating in the sky. An appropriate reaction. What?
I'm sorry, what?
I mean, to be fair, when you start singing it like that, Island in the Sky does sound a lot cooler.
It does.
Yeah, it does. Also, one thing to consider, shoot, what was I gonna say? Because Aeolia, I think it was called, because it wasn't anchored to the ground. You basically had to tie your boat onto the land itself. So when you disembarked onto the island, it doesn't drift away from your boat.
That is a good idea.
Yep. Right. And next up we have Crashite's Luck Runs Out. You'll recognize that a common design choice for Eurylochus is he has a shaved head, a buzz cut.
Nice.
I should also mention Eurylochus is voiced by Armando Julian, and Polites is voiced by Stephen Dookie. The Athena is voiced by Tegan Early.
Okay.
Da da da.
Don't forget how much we've already faced. I took 600 men to war and not one of them died there. In case you needed a reminder, if you'd like to speak more, let me pull you aside then. I need to talk to you in private.
It's not ominous.
Yeah. So interesting thing with Eurylochus saying that Odysseus is like the brother he could never do without. That's not a hyperbole. Eurylochus is technically Odysseus's brother-in-law because Eurylochus married Odysseus's sister.
Yeah, I forgot about that. Shit.
Mm-hmm.
Can't have you planting seeds of doubt. I can't have you disagreeing each route. I need you to always be devout and comply with this, or we'll all die in this. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Almost like
Odysseus
like
does have.
Oh,
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
Odysseus does have a point. He needs people to trust in him because if people don't trust in him, then they'll end up not following his plan and end up dying.
Yeah.
At least that's how he's seeing it.
Foreshadowing is a literary device.
Oh,
Yep.
of course.
Next up, we have keep your friends close. And bringing it to us is our good old friend Gigi.
Yay!
Yep, Gigi's back. With probably my favorite design for Aeolus, the god of the winds.
Great wind god Aeolus, I don't know if you know this, but our path to home is blocked by an impenetrable storm. I ask for your assistance so we at last can go the distance. Can you cast the perfect winds for us and aid our journey home?
Ha ha ha! I am the wind, twisting and turning. I give the fire enough to stay burning. Let's play a game.
A game?
That's what I'm serving. And if you win, you will get what you're yearning.
Deal.
Take a look right here at this bag. It has the winds of the storm all trapped. All you gotta do is not open this bag.
Sounds too easy, what's the catch?
Ha ha ha! Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Never really know who you can trust. If they wanna get the bag open, you gotta say no, sir. Sometimes healing is a must.
What?
Cause the end always justifies the means. Friends turn to foes in rivalry. So keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Never really know who you can trust.
Captain, what's happening? What's trapped in that bag? Something dangerous, friends, we mustn't lag.
It's treasure.
What?
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Aeolus in this in Epic the Musical is an absolute chaos gremlin.
Oh, definitely.
That bit in the original work, Aeolus what was an older man who was basically given dominion over the winds. And in the original story, what he did was he took 3 of the 4 winds, the ones that blow from east, west, and south, respectively, or north, west, and south, and kept the east wind free, so Odysseus would have the winds he needed to get home. Instead of just bagging up the winds of a specific storm.
Ooh.
Open the bag. Let's see what you got. No, do not. Everybody listen closely. See how this bag is closed. That's how it's supposed to be. This bag has the storm inside. We cannot let the treasure rumor fly. We'll try.
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you can trust.
Now we wanna get the bag open so they can have closure.
Sometimes thinking is a must.
Cause the end always justifies the means.
Everything's changed since politics. So
Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Pulling out the spyglass.
for 9 days I've stayed wide awake, trying to make it home with no storm or tidal wave. I remain unopposed. The bag is still closed, and I'm getting closer to you. I can't wait to make some new memories. Time for me to be the father I never was. Just keep your eyes open. Why are my eyes and my heart and my soul so heavy?
Just keep your eyes open.
I keep on trying to embrace you both. Why won't you let me?
Bet you he's killing for some coffee right about now.
Oh, probably. Sadly, coffee did not exist in this time period. But it is practically Herculean to stay awake for 9 days. That he is probably just desperate for some sleep. No amount of coffee is going to help this man.
Nope.
Wake up. Wake up. Odysseus, they're opening the bag. Wake up! Keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Never really know who you can trust.
Oh.
Where's the storm taking us?
I said to keep the bag closed, but you weren't compliant. If I had to guess, you're headed to the land of the giants.
Help me close the bag! But sir, it's too late! We can save whatever wind is left to use another day! Come on! Odysseus of Ithaca! Do you know who I am?
Well, that's not good.
Nope.
That's not a good sign.
So yeah, Aeolus was voiced by Kira Stone, who did a really good job. Let us proceed onward to the final song of the Ocean Saga, "Ruthlessness," and to the very animatic into the very song that introduced me to Epic the Musical.
I mean, it did introduce a lot of us to Epic the Musical, let's be real here.
Yeah.
Sasha, stop typing on the phone. You'll break it in the dryer. Silly decoration.
Why did we put Sasha's phone in the dryer with them?
That is a good question.
One that I don't really have an answer to, unfortunately.
If that phone comes out in one piece, I'm gonna be surprised.
I mean, it was a Nokia phone, so probably the dryer's going to be broken more than the phone.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Let's proceed with Ruthlessness.
Oh yeah, final boss music. Let's go.
Oh, Axel chat finally started to work again.
Oh, nice.
He is not wrong. He could have avoided so much if he killed Polyphemus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go ahead, Picket.
Yeah, it's easy to forget that gods really, really take honor seriously.
Yeah. Especially the Greek ones. And here we have Poseidon basically reading Odysseus, the ancient Greek equivalent of the Riot Act, because he's technically not wrong. When he called out Odysseus for false righteousness, he's not wrong. Odysseus basically left Polyphemus crippled and unable to see for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
And he called it mercy. What would have been a mercy was killing Polyphemus then and there.
Yep, that would have been a swift and merciful death.
Yeah.
Poseidon, we meant no harm. We only hurt him to disarm him. We took no pleasure in his pain. We only wanted to escape. The line between naivety and hopefulness is almost invisible, so close your hearts. The world is dark and ruthlessness is
He went from 600 men to 43 in one fell swoop.
Honestly, I think he lucked out.
I mean, now he doesn't have to worry about food as much.
Guys, seriously.
Hey, Odysseus only has himself to blame.
I'm gonna have to agree with Picket on this one, man. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. But yeah, he brought this on himself. And as it died on it. Also love how they're bringing back Just a Man for this bit. Pretty much using one of his last words to Polyphemus against him. Because remember, one of Odysseus' last words to Polyphemus is saying, "I am your darkest moment."
Oh, yeah.
Any last words? All I gotta do is open this bag. What?
And that's the end of the Ocean Saga. Getting a little sneak peek into what comes next. So yeah,
he's just
Go
pissing
ahead.
off all the gods at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely. He, what was I gonna say? In the original book, Poseidon and Odysseus never really meet face to face. Poseidon basically just acts from afar and in order to impede Odysseus's journey home as much as he can. Yeah.
But that's never quite as interesting, so adaptions usually have them in person.
Yeah. Yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, how justified do you think Poseidon is?
I mean,
I'd give him a good 8.
To be frank, for as petty as he has a point here.
I'd give him a solid 8 out of 10.
Kind of makes you wonder who the real villain of the musical is.
I mean, the question is, when does a man become a monster?
Yeah, that's the question. And when does Odysseus become a monster?
I mean, he kind of became one when he killed that infant, so.
Oh, probably.
I mean, the first step was killing the child.
Yeah. Thankfully, we had Polecat there to help him try to hang on to his humanity.
Look at where that got him.
Yep. If you're I remember seeing another person react, and when they heard Poletes's song, they were like, "Sir, how are you still alive in this era?"
Yeah,
because Bronze Age Greece was pretty brutal. I would know. I was traveling through there at the time.
Yeah.
It was not a pretty time. A lot of pretty buildings, though, but a lot of gruesome battles and wars and stuff.
Most of them were fought by the Spartans, weren't they?
Not necessarily. You're thinking of you're thinking of the later Spartans. The early Spartans were a little different from the ones we know from the Battle of Thermopylae.
Oh yeah.
I mean, factually speaking, every nation historically has how many wars and battles?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
You humans and your silly little wars. Yeah, let us continue onward. We are now in the Circe saga, beginning with Puppeteer. This animatic is by Smulio, who did a really good job with this.
I have something that I must confess, something that I must get off my chest. Until it is said, I cannot rest. Captain, you really gotta make sure this island is secure. But Captain, there's only so much left we can endure. Whatever you need to say can wait some more. Of that I'm sure. Okay. Eurylochus, back so soon. Where's the rest of your crew? And by the What happened to you?
We came across a palace. Inside we heard a voice. It seemed to show no malice. To greet it was our choice, but nothing could prepare us for the power that awaited inside.
What did this palace hide?
Sir, since we left home, we faced a variety of foes from a wide range of places. Gods, monsters, you know the roster. Hostile creatures that we could resist. But this was a hell of a twist, cause we are weak to a power like this.
What was it?
A woman.
What?
Yeah, a woman. A woman. What? I mean, that is the ultimate power back then.
Yeah. I just love that the dark, serious lines contrasted with Odysseus's more simplistic lines. That is beautiful line work for the just for a joke.
Yeah.
She had us in just 2 words.
Come inside.
Damn.
Welcome to the best part of your life. Go ahead and rest wherever you like. I've got you. Don't worry, Sassy's got you now.
Only I stayed outside, but the rest went in.
Take a seat. Let me bring you all something to eat. I bet you're tired from the years spent on your feet. I've got you. Don't worry, Sassy's got you now.
By the time they ate, it was far too late. For inside the meal,
Think of your
she had
past
cast a spell.
and your
They
mistakes.
began to squeal
They'll be the
and
last
grow snouts and tails.
mistakes you'll
She
make.
changed them.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah.
They transformed,
This is the
and
price
it wasn't quick.
we pay to
She
live.
turned our men
The world is not
from men to pigs.
and to forgive.
She changed them.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah.
We have to go save them.
No, we don't. Look at all we've lost and all we've learned. Every single cost is so much more than what we've earned. Think about the men we have left before they're none. Let's just cut our losses, you and I, and let's run.
Of course I'd like to leave now. Of course I'd like to run. But I can hardly sleep now, knowing everything we've done. There's no length I wouldn't go if it was you I had to save. I can only hope you'd do the same.
In a way, Eurylochus is justifiably scared after seeing what he saw.
Oh yeah.
Indeed.
I mean, if you saw 3 of your friends get turned into pigs in front of your eyes, yeah.
Especially as gruesomely as that.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
I can hear her still,
No one will
and
find
her voice deceives.
their way between
What if she can't be killed?
my nymphs and
Will
I.
you choose to leave?
Their loving queen.
I don't know.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer,
She's
yeah.
a clever witch,
This is the
and
price
she's hard to slay.
we paid it all.
It's a game of wits,
We draw the
but you
line.
don't have to play.
Watch from above.
I have to try.
I've got all the power, yeah. I've got all the power. No, I'm not a player, I'm a puppeteer. No, I don't play, I'm puppeteer, yeah.
Yeah, say hello to Cersei. Simply put, she is a minor goddess. She is the daughter of an oceanid nymph and Helios, the god of the sun.
Boy.
Yep.
So in the same ranks as Polly, then.
Who?
You know, the guy, Cyclops.
Not exactly. No, she's more powerful than Polyphemus. She's more along in the. She's one of the lower tier gods, but she is still quite powerful. She's not as strong as Zeus. Let's be real.
Yeah.
moving forward, let us begin with Wouldn't You Like? After these messages.
Of course.
This anime comes to us from Koki Omi. As soon as it begins.
Kraken, I will not identify with you.
All right. So yeah, meet Hermes.
Oh boy.
Yep. So fun little fact, Hermes is actually Odysseus's great grandfather.
Oh.
Not a lot of people know this.
Huh.
So Odysseus does have a bit of divine blood in him, but not that much given how far removed he is.
Oh yeah.
Of course, the Family Guy death pose.
Of course.
It wouldn't be an animatic without it.
Oh yeah. The Family Guy death pose is practically a meme among the animation community.
I mean, it's a meme in general, so...
Yeah.
Get ready to trip balls.
Yeah. Yep, and that was Hermes. Fun little story. When writing Epic the Musical, Jorge actually struggled to figure out what musical style to give Hermes' songs, and he got the idea when his family sent him a lamp with light bulbs that could change color, and as he was letting the light bulbs sort of just shift different colors rapidly, the idea hit him. 80s synth.
Yep.
And it
100% agree.
And it fits Hermes perfectly.
It really does.
Yeah. In my opinion, Hermes is probably has the best songs in the whole musical, in my opinion. Also, another interesting fact: it at the beginning of the song, it started with, I believe, a lyre, and in his second song, it it begins with it. Well, it doesn't really begin, but one of the instruments used is a harp, sort of relating to how it in his origin myth, Hermes it invented the lyre by killing a tortoise and using its shell to fashion an instrument.
Oh, nice.
Anyways, moving on, we come to Done For.
With a name like that, what could possibly go wrong?
Oh yeah. Don't say that, you'll invoke Murphy's Law.
I think the name of the song already did that.
Yeah. Anyways, this animatic comes to us from Ani Flama, another big name in the animatic community.
Lady of the palace, sorry that I asked this, but I hope that I've been misinformed. I sent out some scouts to take a look around through here, and they wound up at your doors. Through the years we seldom get a warm welcome, so I must ask just to be sure. Did you do something to them?
Who, me? All I did was retroform.
You turned them into pigs.
I don't know who you are nor why you're here, but let me make this one thing clear. I've got people to protect, nymphs I can't neglect, so I'm not taking chances, dear. If you make one wrong move, then you're done for. Anything I don't approve, then you're done for. I could put a spell on you and you're done for. Boy, you better run or soon you will be done for.
I don't mean to tip your scale, but you will fail at placing any spells on me. I just ate a flower, one that claims your power, so you better cower now and flee.
You must be a liar, mortals can't acquire money without dire consequence.
Then I must be a god like you, cause I got this root from the ground with my bare hands.
Hermes gave it to you, didn't he?
Okay, fine, yes. Well, regardless.
Call him out, why don't you? That was a brilliant call out right there.
It really was.
You and I are now evenly matched. Our fates are intertwined, they're attached. I've got people to protect, friends I can't neglect. So now there is no turning back. You've made your one wrong move, now you're done for. I will be the one to prove that you're done for. Not even a spell saves you, cause you're done for. Oh, you better run or soon you will be done for. You've lost.
My nymphs are like my daughters, I protect them at all costs. The last time we let strangers live, we faced a heavy loss. You've given me no reason to bestow you with my trust, but everyone's true colors are revealed in acts of lust.
I'm not sure I follow.
And she just drops the clothes.
Yep. He's just like, I'm not sure I follow. Oh.
Oh, Odysseus, you poor dense man. Right? And now for the final song in the Circe saga, There Are Other Ways. After these messages. I think when I post the edited version, I might cut out this part.
Yeah, that might be a good plan. Oh, a spicy connotation warning.
Oh yeah. This animatic comes to us from Gigi.
Gigi, I thought you were wholesome.
Okay, that is a point to pause on.
Yeah.
But yeah, it in the original story, Odysseus does go through with it, but not before forcing her to uh, make a vow on these sticks that not to do him or any of his crew harm. And a vow on the sticks is a pretty serious vow to make. It is not one to be taken lightly.
Oh yeah, that's right too. Shit.
Yeah. I don't know the details, but breaking a vow on the sticks can lead to some pretty serious consequences, including
Yeah.
but not limited to the erasure of your very soul.
Yeah, that's pretty serious.
Or having your mortality be linked to one specific spot.
Oh yeah, and there she pulls a knife. That is why you get that vow out of her.
Yeah.
By the way, did you hear that? The Penelope leitmotif.
Yep.
She's my everything, my Penelope, and she's all my power, all my power. But it's been 12 long years, oh, 12 long years since I have seen my wife, and now the god of tides is out to end my life. So I beg you, Circe, grant us mercy and let us puppets leave.
Poseidon, eh? There might be a way to evade him. There might be a way to get home. Though this other way's very dangerous. It might be your one final hope. I know of a brilliant prophet. Problem is this prophet is dead. I can't get you home, but I'll get you to the underworld instead. I'll release your men and I'll get you to the underworld instead.
Wait, you're helping us?
There are many ways of persuasion. There are many modes of control. Maybe showing oneness leads to kinder souls down the road. I remember actions of passion. I have been in love once before. World will need a puppeteer no more. Or maybe one day the world will need a puppeteer. So much power, but there's no puppet here. No, she's not a bear, she's a puppeteer. No, she's not a bear, she's a puppeteer. Yeah.
And that's the end of the Circe saga. And it was on that day that Odysseus would lose one more crew member.
Well, it wouldn't be the last one.
Yeah. That crew member's name is Elpenor, and he died in rather embarrassingly. That is him up there on the roof. He was drinking wine while on top of the Circe's palace. Then he fell and broke his neck.
Well, every army has that one person.
Yeah. In fact, that Odysseus and his crew didn't even notice that he was missing or that he even died until they found his ghost in the underworld.
Huh.
Yeah.
Hey, weren't you still with us? How did you die? Oh.
Yeah. After the underworld adventure, when they learned about Elpenor, they had to they had to book it back to Cersei's island so that he could get a proper burial, because proper burials were kind of a big deal in ancient Greece. In fact, one of the biggest crimes that you could commit is uh, cutting up someone's body and then scattering the remains, because you would basically be denying them a proper burial.
Yeah. Oh
Right
boy.
then.
I mean,
Yeah, that
Orpheus
was the
could
Cersei
attest to
saga.
that.
Yep. Spoilers.
Yeah, spoilers. Yeah, what do you think of the Cersei saga?
Honestly, it's well animated.
Yeah.
I like it.
But yeah. Let's move along to our final saga for tonight, the Underworld saga. The Underworld saga is only 3 songs long, and it ends off the first act of the musical.
Awesome.
Okay.
Bagels? I don't want bagels. I want musicals.
What about a musical bagel?
I mean, that would be awesome. But
Yeah,
also,
a musical that sings to me. Sign me up.
yeah, but wouldn't it be weird to like bite into a bagel and it starts singing to you?
All right. This this animag comes to us from Gwendy.
Okay.
Cersei's instructions were clear. No matter what we hear, full speed ahead until we find the prophet. My comrades, this land confuses your mind. So no matter who we find, full speed ahead until we find the prophet. Good.
We should probably be glad that Sasha ended up falling into the river Styx. We'd never be able to fish her out.
No, it was bad enough trying to get her out of Cerberus's mouth.
Oh yeah. It took so much magic to calm him down.
Oh, you're telling me.
All I hear are screams. Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who've died. Nothing's what it seems. And here in the underworld, the past seems close behind.
Of course.
By the way, this is Sasha's favorite song.
Yeah, I kind of figured that. Also, yeah, imagine we're trying to get Sasha out of Cerberus's mouth, and she's just all happy days.
Oh yeah.
All I hear are screams. Every time I dare to close my eyes, I no longer dream. Only nightmares of those who died. Nothing's what it seems. But in the underworld, the past seems close behind. I keep thinking of the infant from
Ooh.
that night. This life is amazing when you greet it with open arms. Whatever we face, we'll be fine if we're leading from the heart. No matter the place, or we can light up the world. Here's how to start. Greet the world with open arms. Greet the world with open arms.
Oh.
Yeah. Imagine go into the afterlife, seeing your best friend, and you're not even able to give him a hug.
That's cruel and an unusual punishment.
Yeah.
And it probably isn't even enough for Poseidon.
Nope.
No.
Also, it's about to get worse. It's about to get much worse.
Oh, joy.
Would you like to take a guess at how it gets worse?
No, I'd rather just watch the video and be surprised.
All right, then. Yep. It got worse.
Right in the feels.
Yeah.
Oh.
I don't know how Gwendy did it on this one, but um, at, um, out of all the animatics I've seen for the Underworld, Gwendy's was the one that got me tearing up at this part. Especially with those flashbacks of Odysseus hugging his mom from behind.
I bet you any money she was fighting the tears as she was animating it.
Oh, probably. Also, in the original book, Odysseus tried to hug his mom 3 times when he found her in the underworld, and because she was a ghost, he couldn't touch her. So as a reference to that, Gwendy had the 3 hugs in the past. One from as a baby, one from as a teenager, and one right before he went off to the Trojan War.
Ooh. Wow.
Yeah. Gwendy cooked with this one, I swear.
Yeah. Holy.
You don't know that okay over there, Picket?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
Heart of Stone, this one. No wonder you're supposed to be a super soldier.
I just think the 90s adaptation did her death better.
I'll have to look it up.
Oh yeah, it's a pretty good adaptation. It's made for TV, so don't expect the special effects to be anything stellar.
Alright then. Yeah, here we have the second song in the Underworld saga, No Longer You. This animatic comes to us from Jimena. And yes, it's pronounced Jimena, not Jimena.
All right, let's see how our hearts get broken by this.
Okay. Here we have the blind prophet that Circe told Odysseus about. the blind prophet is named Tiresias, and he was a pretty prominent figure in Greek mythology. If you've ever read the story of Oedipus, he's the one who basically gave the prophecy that Oedipus would grow up to kill his dad.
Yeah, too bad that he didn't tell him anything else. Otherwise, he could have avoided a whole lot of shit.
Yep.
I mean, that's basically how prophets work. They don't give you all the details, and as a result, you end up taking the exact path that leads you to fulfilling that prophecy.
Okay, yeah, but if you know Phidias...
Huh?
I'm just saying, if you know Phidias, a little bit more details could have been necessary.
Oh, absolutely.
True. Oh.
So what do you think all that meant?
Either he returns home a very changed man, and he's no longer the man he was, or everybody assumes he's just dead, and everybody's moved on without him.
Yeah. So interestingly, Tiresias's lyrics that were all hints to what will happen in the next saga. But when he said, "A song of past romance, sacrifice a man, portrayals of betrayals, and a brother's final stand."
Yeah.
You will all get to see that in the next saga. But now, let us move on to the final song in the Underworld saga, Monster.
Ooh.
Probably my favorite song in the Underworld saga. this animatic comes to us from Gigi, and hers is probably my favorite.
How has everything been turned against us? How did suffering become so endless? How am I to reunite with my estranged? Do I need to change? I'm surrounded by the souls of those I've lost. I'm the only one whose line I haven't crossed. What if the greatest threat we'll find across the sea is me? What if I'm the monster? What if I'm in the wrong? What if I'm the problem that's been hiding all along? What if I'm the one who killed you every time I gave to guilt? What if I've been far too kind to foes, but a monster to ourselves? What if I'm the monster?
I feel like a lot of heroes go through this kind of self-conversation, don't you think?
Oh yeah, like especially when they've had to do questionable things.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I see a lot of villains do it too, but
yeah. With Odysseus, he's definitely done a lot of questionable things.
Oh yeah.
I also like how they're bringing back this silhouette from Just a Man. That because if you remember in Gigi's Just a Man, you saw that it reflected in the mirror as he gets ready to kill Astian.
Yeah, that's right.
When the witch turns men to pigs to protect her nymphs, is she going insane? Or did she learn to be colder when she got older and now she saves them the pain? When a god comes down and makes a fleet drown, is he scared that he's doing something wrong? Or does he keep us in check so we must respect him and now no one dares to piss him off? Does a soldier use a wooden horse to kill sleeping Trojans cause he is vile? Or does he throw away his remorse and save more lives with God?
I like this sequence because he's basically going through all of his past adversaries and seeing them from a different angle rather than just seeing them as pure monsters.
Yeah. Very rarely do you have this level of self-reflection. Like, you would have villains and heroes reflect, sure, but a lot of them don't try to see the other side of the conversation or the other person's point of view.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, Odysseus is going through an existential crisis, so.
Oh, definitely.
But I like how he's basically seeing that the ruthlessness from the previous antagonists and seeing how, in their own way, they were justified.
Yeah.
And he's working his way up to finding his own justification to be ruthless.
Ooh.
Ends with a Zimmerman emblem. Now you know things are intense.
Oh, yeah. And that is pretty much the beginning of Odysseus' villain arc, essentially.
Yep.
As well as
Oh,
the end
boy.
of Act 1 of the musical. So what do you guys think so far?
Yeah,
I
pretty
like
good.
it. I'm enjoying myself with this.
Definitely see why it's
Good
got
to
a
hear.
following.
Uh-huh.
Yep.
Also, to any Epic the Musical fans in the audience, we got 2 more Winions.
And I was already there. I just haven't listened to the full soundtrack yet.
In the Epic the Musical community, people refer to themselves as Winions. If you recall, those little minions of Aeolus, the wind god, those are called Winions.
Oh, so it's basically like bronies except less cringe.
Yeah, pretty much.
Oh boy.
I believe this is a good point to stop for right now. When you all agree?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think
I
it's a
think
good
so.
point.
It is getting pretty late. So what we're gonna stop right here, and what we'll continue another time. This will give me time to download the VOD and edit it together. Cutting out any unnecessary bits. Yeah.
Nice. Awesome.
To everyone who was still watching, thank you all for joining us. I hope you all have yourselves a good night. Bye, everyone. Stay safe.
Later, everybody.
Take care.
Meh.
Wait, did anybody remember to take Sasha out of the dryer?
Yeah. Dang, I wish I got that as part of the stream.
I mean, is it part of the recording? You could just add it in post.
I was streaming, but I wasn't recording.
Okay.
I have to download the stream. I'm pretty sure if I was recording, it would be too taxing on my computer.
True. Fair enough.
Yeah, streaming the musical to you guys, and streaming everything to through OBS. It was already pretty taxing on my computer. Throughout the whole stream health, it was showing that it was showing the stream status as poor health for most of it.
Oof. Okay. That's always fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Just to let you know, Picket, I'll basically get this VOD downloaded, and I'll cut up some of the bits where we're waiting through the ads, as well as split it up between the sagas.
Yeah, ready.
Give it more videos to post.
Well, since I'm still kind of streaming on my end, guys feel like doing the reaction, or do you want to just head out?
I mean, we can finish off the card game reaction.
All right.
All right, just give me a second. I just gotta grab another drink, okay?
Yeah, okay. Meantime, let me shift to the... Oh, yeah. Fix this, actually. Okay, so let me... Okay, that's working. Go ahead and full screen again. And let me screen.
By the way, Picket, if I could ask, why does your reactive Discord image have such a large space behind him?
Large space? What do you mean?
It there's hang on, let me make a screenshot. When I was streaming, I posted in general on the Discord server. When I was streaming, that there's a bit of a wide space between your image and Ray's. So I positioned my VTuber model between you two to sort of fill that gap.
It just kinda happens for the reactives.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
I have returned.
Welcome back. So, yeah, let me go ahead and...
And I believe I'm gonna head on out for the night. It is getting pretty late for me.
Alright.
Thank you for joining me on Epic the Musical, guys.
No worries. Thanks for having us.
Yeah.
Alright. So, let's...
I mean, we might as well start over unless you're going to splice it in.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll go ahead and start over. I'm at the beginning anyways. So... Anyways, hello, everyone. Well, hello for the edited version of this video, anyways. We are doing a reaction to Kodak's video on banning cards in a series he calls Errata Text. It's basically a show where Kodak gives the ins and out of card game design and teaches what to avoid and why something works, you know, all that jazz. So, yeah, let's go ahead and get started.
Nadu, winged wisdom, is surely not long for this world. This could happen as soon as next week.
I said that Nadu was the Hagek of Modern Horizons 3, but I was wrong. Because it's even better.
However, there is one card for Modern Horizons 3 that is probably making more waves than others.
There we go.
It's the one that I think may get a ban, or cause something else to get banned. Let's talk about the bird.
Recently, there has been a row regarding the Magic the Gathering Modern Masters card Nadu Winged Wisdom, about how it is apparently destroying the modern format with its abilities, combined with an apparent reluctance by Wizards of the Coast to ban the card despite
Okay,
its
yeah, we already went
dominance
over
and
this
major
the first
outcry,
time, but
combining with another card from the exact same...
Okay. So let's see if I can read you the initial thoughts. All right. Nadu, the Winged Wisdom. If you're using a multicolored deck, getting it on the field is probably not that hard, considering most decks are not monocolored. They usually run extras for spells and other effects. Let's see here. It's only a 3/4, so moderate power. Legendary creature, Bird Wizard. Okay. Creatures you control have, whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, reveal the top card of your library. If it's a land, put it into the battlefield. Otherwise, put it in your hand. This ability triggers only twice each turn. I mean, it's not that powerful of an ability, but like, wait. Oh no.
Yeah.
So if I'm reading this right, the effect of this card overrides all other card effects on the field.
It seems like it. It's basically the epitome of watch where you put a quotation mark.
I mean, this just comes off as every creature you control has this new effect. And here's the other part, too. When this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability. So that means you could cast spells on your own creatures and then set off the effect multiple times.
Yeah, and if I actually get this correctly, apparently looping spells are very rarely banned in the Magic the Gathering, if I got this right.
I think there's only been one looping spell that has been banned since Magic the Gathering came out. And I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, you're right. I think they're very rarely banned.
And yeah, you can see why this became a problem.
Honestly, yeah. No, honestly, I'm now realizing where the issue lies. Because if that's the case, then this means that if you have 3 monsters on your field and this comes out as monster number 4, then this goes off 8 times before you can't use it anymore.
And if my research is also correct, there are apparently monsters that can make tokens.
Yep. Oh my god.
Yep.
I just thought of something very evil. Oh god, no. No.
Yeah. It's the infamous format again.
Oh yeah, no. Here's the problem too. There are creatures that do bring out tokens. And if you can imagine anybody who has played Magic the Gathering might remember the sliver archetype of monster cards. And the worst part is the slivers all have abilities where if you have other slivers, they all gain those other abilities of other sliver creatures and monsters and artifacts. And you can easily, you can easily create an army with the right combination and deal over, I think, 1,000 damage minimum in a game where your health is 20. Okay, let's continue. This is going to be
Set to
fun.
create a presence so dominating, it has taken entire top 4s in major tournaments and started grumblings about a format boycott until they ban the bird. Now, I am certain that Wizards has their reasons for not wanting to ban Nadu, but I don't think they're good ones, and honestly are indicative of how many companies are treating the hobby, which is one of
I think that
several
image
things
says it
I
all.
plan on interrogating in this video.
Yeah.
Also, I know what this current song is usually associated with, but it's literally called Bird Brains, which, considering the topic at discussion, seems apropos.
Man, I need to check
let's
out that
begin,
series.
as usual with the series, with something completely different. So there is a genre of video games called fighting games, which are usually one-on-one competitions where players leverage the different advantages of each character to try to win what is essentially a boxing match. The fan base of these games usually divide these characters into tiers based on their ease of use and effectiveness in combat. Now, while developers try to make sure a cast is balanced a certain way when the game is released, the sheer volume of experimentation done by the oodles of players who get their hands on the game might reveal this intended balance to actually be wildly off-center, with clear winners and losers, and occasionally, a character or two whose kit is so overwhelming that they become the only real choice. Doing otherwise is bringing a knife to a spear fight.
Step 1 to
Yep.
Yeah. So, yeah, basically, if you guys don't follow, think Smogon and why they ultimately still exist.
Man, I mean, I knew when Mega Rayquaza came out, I knew that was going to get banned right off the bat, like in the next Pokemon tournament.
And, yeah, I'm not gonna spoil Legend ZA, but there is another.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
having no friends.
Look, just because you
as a
kick
result
somebody
of
out of
their
a
sheer
ring
power, a
doesn't
lot of
mean that they're
tournaments will
overpowered.
officially ban.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, this is a very fast spear wielder, so
True.
speed is kind of a necessity in fighting games.
Players from using these overpowered characters. Although nowadays, if a character becomes a problem, the game's developers can release a balance patch to try to alleviate those overpowered characters. Unfortunately, the same cannot be said for a trading card game whose cards are already printed into a hard, unchangeable format. So like an old school fighting game. Hello and welcome to Erratatext, the show where we go...
That intro.
Yeah, good old Akuma.
Oh boy.
Though to be fair, if you are unlocking Akuma, you're already kinda pretty good at the game. Yeah.
A ban list is a game's last line of defense against getting cannibalized by its own parts. It is an inevitability that troublesome parts of your game will slip through the cracks, making it through testing and printing and even distribution before a problem gets discovered by the exponential increase of the number of eyes on the game, especially with those with an eye for victory at all costs. Eventually, somebody is going to ferret out a game-altering strategy, and it won't be long before others see what is happening and copy it, and before you know it, you have an infestation on your hands. However, the...
Yes. The classic problem that sadly won't be going away in tournament play.
Yeah.
Ban Hammer is a tool to be wielded with wisdom. Being trigger happy on banning a card might squish something that is merely strong instead of broken, or hit the wrong target, or ruin the value of an entire set you would really like to sell, please. So, yes, card banning
Yeah, Konami
is not
was
something to
very
take
bad
lightly.
at shooting themselves in the foot with Yu-Gi-Oh!
Yeah, but to be fair, Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a very complicated game, so this is the one thing I'm gonna cut them a little bit of slack on.
I mean, I could cut them a little bit of slack on a couple of things, sure, but, like, there's the whole, like, Umi issue that people keep bringing up, where you have searcher cards that search for the spell card Umi, but shortly afterwards, they renamed it to a Legendary Ocean, and they had to add in a new rule so that, hey, cards that are treated as another card can still be used with card effects that search for this card. kind of thing.
Yeah, though, in their defense, again, Konami is trying to maintain a global card game that, in addition to being published by a different company, who at one point, before shrugging them off because the said other company tried to sell bootlegs, there's also just the general translation that sometimes cards get translated into different things that ultimately have to share an entire name with a different archetype, sometimes before that archetype was even made.
Yeah, that's true too. Like it, man, oh man, Yu-Gi-Oh's gone through a lot of revisions over the years.
Yeah, it's why it's the one thing I will cut Konami slack on. Emphasis on the one thing.
Yeah. We still remember the Kojima stuff.
Among other things.
Well, yeah.
Ideally, you capture these problems while the set is still in development. However, you must also carefully weigh this against the fact that you cannot allow yourself to become afraid of innovation, because a card game that offers nothing new, what does not grow, dies. One of the major problems that causes a ban list are often extended or eternal formats, where cards printed many years ago that most developers might have forgotten ever existed suddenly becomes a problem. This is why Yu-Gi-Oh! And Modern Magic have dozens of banned cards, while Pokemon, which lacks an eternal format, rarely has more than a handful at a time. Now, cards have been banned for practically everything under the sun, from being undercosted and overpowered, to allowing infinite combos, to offensive artwork, to even causing the game itself to break down. Yeah, there have been screw-ups so bad that they can blue screen the game.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Butterfly Dagger Alma rendered one key monster in Yu-Gi-Oh! Unusable since they banned that equip card. Because there was an entire archetype of, I think, spirit monsters where in order to bring them out, you had to have their specific equip card on the field. And as soon as you play the equip card, even if you equipped it to another monster, you can still summon the monster for that card and then re-equip it to its specific card. So it's like, okay, cool. I can I can use the battle axe for one of the monsters on a totally different monster, bring out its proper monster, and then re-equip it. It was weird.
Honestly, my favorite band story was for the card Last Turn. And
oh god.
Hilariously enough, it wasn't because there was an actual FTK combo that could be made with it, which, to be perfectly frank, there was, but that's not why it got banned. It got banned because there was a 16-page pamphlet just to figure out what was classified as a legal target for it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Needless to say, everyone got so fed up with it that Konami just threw up their hands and said, fuck it, put it on the ban list. I don't even know if they even knew there was a FTK combo.
Oh man. Oh yeah, oh. I'm just reading the effect of Last Turn, and it's like, okay, so it's an all out attack. You just summon monsters nonstop until you either defeat the opponent or you get you yourself are defeated. Oh my That is a really bad card.
Yep, and someone managed to at least find one FTK combo with it. Hilarious.
Oh god.
Thankfully, they banned it because the card was just really, really annoying to use, so...
Oh yeah.
Another important thing to consider, however, is game experience. Cards that also merit a ban are those that make the game unfun to play, such as overly oppressive floodgates,
Oh god.
combos that take a lifetime
Mystic Mind
to
jump
complete,
stare.
or that leave the opponent
Yeah.
helpless to do anything but sit there and watch. There's even bans for cards that promote poor sportsmanship, such as the infamous Victory Dragon, a card that, if you win with it once, you automatically win the entire best of 3. But opponents could wiggle out of it by taking advantage of the rule that lets you concede a game whenever you want, denying the effect.
Okay, granted, this is only in the TCG version. Apparently, the OCG, he surrenders can only happen on the beginning of their turn. Or at least I think that is.
No, I think even in tournament play, you can surrender at any point. So even if it is the opponent's turn, you can still surrender and force at best 2 out of 3.
Yeah. So either way, this card was just doomed to be toxic.
Oh yeah, it was very toxic.
A ruling's nightmare, to be sure. So let's take a look at common elements that tend to be found in cards that wind up being banned, whether or not they were, and the consequences behind those decisions. So, by far, the most common type of card to see a banning are those that simply cause a portion of your game to stop functioning. In the Man and the Monster video, I covered a pair of monsters that bypassed the normally difficult task of tapping into the fusion deck to ban-worthy effect. For another example,
Oh yeah, I actually do recommend that video, by the way. It's a pretty interesting story.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, definitely need to link it later.
Sandra's trump card basically destroyed deck out as a loss condition in Pokemon, which, considering how fast you churn through your deck in that game, is a real threat. But the classic example of this would be the Moxen.
I bet you're familiar with this one.
Plays cards from their hand by paying for them with the land cards they have in play, of which they are only allowed to add one new one each turn. But Alpha, the very first set ever released, included the Moxen, a set of 5 gemstone artifacts that could be played for 0 cost and be used for mana the way a land could. Uh-oh. So, simply put, the Moxen were basically land cards without the once per turn restriction. Yes, in their very first set, Magic the Gathering had rendered an entire category of card obsolete. And not just...
I mean, give Yu-Gi-Oh! Credit. People didn't play trap cards because they just didn't like them.
No, that's true.
Having a card that just...
Go ahead.
Yeah, having a card that just renders an entire mechanic obsolete is just dumb.
You would think that they would have, somebody would have pointed this out in QA, like, hey, you do realize these are just land cards with extra steps and abusive play, right?
And more like land cards with a backdoor, but to be fair, this was in the alpha version of the TCG, if I could remember correctly.
Yeah.
Just any category, but the category that was meant to be the foundation of the game itself. The card type meant to restrict timing and limit how wide a color palette you could use, just poof, chucked out the window at step 1. Well, we might as well do the rest of the Power 9 because they suffer from the next most common problem, being overpowered and undercosted.
Yep.
Okay, I'm reading these, and yeah, even as someone who doesn't play Magic, as someone who just plays basic TCGs, even I see how broken these effects are.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. The blue one on the far left, that one is very low cost. Like, all you have to do is use a blue mana, and you can either draw 3 cards for yourself or force the opponent to draw 3 cards. In what TCG is making your opponent draw multiple cards a viable strategy unless you see that they're down to their last 3 cards?
I don't know, probably the same one who thought taking an extra turn was a good idea.
Take an extra turn after this one. Well, yeah. But I mean, at least with that one, you need 1 colorless and one blue. But yeah, that's way low of a cost. Oh man, and Black Lotus has a 0 cost, but you can add 3 mana and then use it as an artifact. Oh my god. What were they thinking?
Yeah, there's a good reason these were very infamous among Magic players. Heck, I don't even play Magic, and even I know these cards' infamy.
Yeah, they were famous, all right.
In the case of the Power 9, the 2 most obvious examples are Black Lotus and Ancestral Recall. Ancestral Recall is part of a set of boons each color got, from which you pay 1 mana to get 3 of something. These are ranked in power starting from the weakest, with Healing Salve, Giant Growth, Lightning Bolt, Dark Ritual, and Ancestral Recall. One-shot life gain and partial damage mitigation are probably the worst effects in Magic the Gathering, while drawing cards is easily the strongest. I mean, that literally gives you more stuff to play with, and Ancestral Recall's pay 1 to draw 3 is so absurdly overpowered that even the retrains that make you put 2 of those cards back are often on the ban list. Also frequently on the ban list...
Yeah, these are on ban list. Cards like these are on the ban lists in Yu-Gi-Oh! Even.
Yeah, because Graceful Charity is on the ban list, but then the thing is, with Graceful Charity, the balance is that you draw 3 cards, but you have to discard 2. And the thing is, the big reason why it's on the ban list is because setting up your graveyard in Yu-Gi-Oh! Became such a viable strat that they had to ban it, because it allowed you to set up the graveyard for certain key things. Like, for an example, if you drew, say, if you use Graceful Charity and you drew, say, a level 12 monster, well, you just put it in your graveyard, play Monster Reborn, there you go. You just got your level 12 monster on the field. And you're just wiping the floor with your opponent.
Yeah, pretty much.
So, I mean, it's really hard to, like, balance a card that makes you draw more cards. Like, even Pot of Greed, where you just draw 2 cards, has been banned and unbanned and rebanned and I think it's still banned to this day.
Yeah. Heck, even Upstart Goblin gets on the ban list, even though it gives your opponent 1,000 life points.
Yeah, and in modern day Yu-Gi-Oh, your life points don't really matter until they hit 0.
Pretty much.
Which is funny because you start with 8,000.
Yeah.
Where you pay 1 black mana, or the equivalent of 1 land's worth, to get back 3 black mana in return. And Black Lotus is a version of Dark Ritual that costs nothing to play and lets you get any 3 mana you choose. Yes, it breaks the already broken, which is why it is this game's poster.
Oh yeah, interesting fact, by the way. The parody card, Blacker Lotus, it's actually somehow more balanced than Black Lotus.
Oh, yeah. I think I've heard of that one. Jeez, I haven't played Magic in a while.
Yeah, Blacker Lotus was basically a joke card that it also allowed you to add mana. I think there was 7 mana. But it also required you to destroy the very card itself.
Yeah, I just found a copy of it. It costs 0 mana. Tear Black Lotus into pieces, add 4 mana of any one color to your mana pool. Play this ability as a mana source. Remove the pieces from the game afterwards.
Yeah.
That's actually kind of funny.
And the joke just that of it being more balanced is just the cherry on top.
It really is way more balanced than Black Lotus.
Man. Yeah, I had to bring that little tidbit up.
You were waiting on that one,
Time
weren't you?
Walk is broken
Yep.
thanks to providing a cheap extra turn, and yes, that is as huge as you may think. Imagine
Oh yeah, side note, that card art is amazing.
Oh yeah, it is really good.
Like Salvador Dali-esque artwork.
Yeah, it's... You know what? I do like some of the artwork on the Magic the Gathering cards. Especially some of the older ones where they go a little bit more Salvador Dali or Pascal or like very obscure references.
Yeah, it's the one thing I will give Magic the Gathering. If anything else, it has amazing artwork.
Oh yeah.
what a chess master could do if they were allowed to take multiple turns in a row. And Time Twister is a little more confusing, as it seems like it benefits the opponent as much as it benefits you, reshuffling and re-dealing for both players equally. But when it comes to drawing a fresh hand, that tends to benefit the player whose turn it currently is. So, you dump your hand playing all of your Moxen, spend your Lotuses, float a Time Walk, and then play Time Twister from your empty hand to shuffle those power cards back into your deck, draw a fresh hand of 7, and do it all over again, flooding your side of the field with resources and creatures before taking a new turn to make a mess with everything you just played. And all your opponent gets to do is finish reading their copy of Parable of the Sower on the other side of the table. Wait a minute, this is a dystopian sci-fi novel that takes place in 2024. Why am I doing this to myself? But yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh players, you did not invent the endless turn. The reason the Power 9 are so infamous comes from the fact that they basically broke the intentions of the game, where card draw should be difficult, mana progresses slowly, and turns pass to the next player in a timely fashion. The fact that Magic continued to stand despite fumbling the ball this badly is honestly a miracle, and any game that made this sort of mistake today would likely not stand a chance. Or maybe become the biggest hit ever. What do I know?
I mean, the other thing too is when Magic the Gathering does their tournament lists and their playlists, a lot of times they'll remove entire archetypes or versions of cards from the roster. So for an example, stuff from like the alpha stage or the second run are automatically removed from the tournament list.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, because of the power creep and because of how broken they are.
While we are here, we might as well also talk about Rock Egg and the concept of errata text. Hey, that's the name of the show.
Neat.
In the case of Rock Egg, its intended use is to be put into play, then get destroyed, at which point the egg cracks to reveal the creature inside, a big, powerful bird token. However, the original wording of the card made it seem like just getting it into the graveyard was enough, such as discarding it from your hand, akin to fellow banned Yu-Gi-Oh card Dandelion. This got the card banned alongside the Power 9 on Magic's first ever ban list. However, later, an erratum was released clarifying that Rock Egg's effect only triggers when it's sent to the graveyard from play, as in only after it was properly cast and paid for. Something...
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to note that sometimes all you really need to do is add a little bit of text to fix a card.
I mean, in this case, it was just 2 words. 2 words and a comma.
Yeah.
Clarified in all later printings of the card, but that still collides with the fact that in order to fix this problem, anybody who owns a copy of Rock Egg needs to know that said erratum even exists, and even in modern day, such misprints can be costly, as it would take a lot of effort to replace all of those misprinted cards.
I mean,
In
makes
at
sense.
least one case, Wizards famously let it be with the card Rancor, misprinted to cost only half of what it should, leading it to become a famously beloved and surprisingly balanced card. But you can kinda see how the Power 9 represent the most dangerous types of cards, those that let a player blow ahead in resource advantage or perform dull, repetitive actions. Speaking of repetitive actions, cards that can trigger endless loops are also often targets for bans. Most Yu-Gi-Oh cards printed these days have something called a hard once per turn restriction, that being a card effect that even additional copies of the card cannot perform when played on the same turn. The reason for this would be the card Butterfly Dagger Elma. Butterfly Dagger Elma
Oh yeah,
is
you
a
mentioned
free
this one
equip spell
previously.
card that you can play attached to one of your monsters, and when it gets destroyed, usually when the monster attached to it is destroyed, it goes back to your hand. And it can do this as many times as you like, without a hard once per turn. Such as if you were to, say, for example, play it onto the monster card Gearfried the Iron Knight, whose effect automatically destroys equipped spells that are cast on it, causing Elma to jump straight from the field back into your hand. Now, this may seem pointless on its own, playing a card only for it to bounce to your hand, but an important fact is that even though the spell is automatically destroyed, it still counts as having been played. Thus, cards that check to see if spells are being played, like, say, the entire spell counters archetype, can basically be triggered an infinite number of times. You can draw infinite cards with Magical Library, gain infinite life points with Spell Absorption, give Magical Marionette infinite attack strength, or deal infinite damage with Fire Princess. It's an infinite in a game where being loopable even 3 or 4 times can get you whacked with the banhammer. On the subject of Yu-Gi-Oh!, this gives us a good time to learn about choosing the right target for a banning. The reason most cards would be up for a banning are because, like with Elma and Gearfried, they combine with other cards for a devastating effect. But sometimes when such a combo arises, there may be a knee-jerk reaction to simply scrub the whole thing, eliminate all the parts, and start over. But more often than not, a combo is enabled by a single card rather than all of them, and cutting that one card can be enough to stop the game from imploding on itself. In the case of this combo, it's obvious. The card that can endlessly recycle itself is the problem. Gearfried without this trick is so bad that even the retrain that makes the destruction optional and can even hurl those equipped spells at opponents to destroy their cards doesn't really see play. So let's move on to another one. And this time, for a bit of fun, let's do it in the form of a quiz.
Ooh, this is gonna be fun.
Reflects in the warriors' shining blades and their determined eyes.
Suspicious characters. Are you nightmare servants?
So, also in Yu-Gi-Oh!, there is a card called the Tyrant Neptune, a level 10 reptile monster which normally requires 2 monsters as tribute, but with a special effect that allows it to be summoned with just 1. While it has a base 0/0 stat line, its effect allows it to combine the stat lines of the monsters it was summoned with, as well as copy one of said monster's effects as its own. Sounds kinda neat, right? Maybe have some niche plays where a low power monster's effect gets onto a high power body with careful investment? But then along comes Lyrilisk Independent Nightingale. Independent Nightingale is a level 1 fusion monster which has an effect that increases its level if it was fusion summoned the proper way, usually with Lyrilisk Assembled Nightingale. But that effect is independent, haha, of its other ability, in that its power increases by 500 for each level it has, and once per turn, it can inflict 500 damage per level as direct damage to the opponent, while also possessing the best protection in the game, immunity to other card effects. Now, on a good day, in what probably takes your entire hand along with the stars aligning, this card can come out as high as level 6, maybe even level 7. A reminder, the Tyrant Neptune is level 10. Bringing back the man and the monster again, do you remember how Magical Scientist had a special effect that allowed it to summon fusion monsters out of the fusion deck? Well, there's a card called Instant Fusion, which is literally a one-shot version of the ability of Magical Scientist, life point cost at all, although with the added restriction that the card summoned cannot attack, and Independent Nightingale is a legal target for it. So the strategy goes, use Instant Fusion to bring out Lyrilisk Independent Nightingale, then use it as the one tribute to bring out the Tyrant Neptune. Neptune may not get the fusion effect, but he does get everything else. The power increase and direct damage based on level, which need I remind you is 10, and with total effect immunity as the cherry on top. The result, a power 6000 monster that can burn for 5000 damage each turn, of which each player only has 8000 life points, while also being immune to card effects.
Wow, that sounds like the anime version of the Egyptian god card, except somehow even more broken.
I mean, I was about to say something, but that is basically an Egyptian god card. It's just 2 levels lower, but still. Holy shit. That is so broken.
Yeah.
If that doesn't win you the game right there, the opponent gets basically one turn to come up with something to deal with your burning boulder of a monster. Not fun. Unless they magically draw Exodia, it is basically over, and such a beast isn't very fun to find yourself against, as one should at least see a way to escape any given situation. So, it's quiz time. Which card gets banned? Independent Nightingale, whose effect is so powerful, Neptune, who exploits that effect, or Instant Fusion, which makes this an easy combo to bring out. I'll give you a moment to think, without looking it up on Google or anything. And by the way, no, this
I'm gonna go with the Tyrant Neptune.
Yeah, same here.
So let's scrub through it again. Instant Fusion is a very, very good card, but on the other hand, it's not really a powerful card that will win you the game on its own. It depends on other cards to be able to capitalize on the inert, warm body it brings into play, and loads of cards can bring bodies into play these days. And a player can always get Independent Nightingale out the proper way, and even at low effort can parlay that into a Neptune. Also, this card is easy to avoid by simply including the must-be fusion summoned condition on any fusion monster you don't want as a valid target. Speaking of fusion monsters, what about Lyrilisk Independent Nightingale? Well, 2 things to keep in mind. Independent Nightingale is intended to be the capstone of its archetype, the win condition that's a little tricky to get out, and an optimal summon requires a flooded field on top of an earlier trip to the extra deck in order to function. It's kinda worthless to cheat out on its own, as the real benefits only come from proper fusion summoning. Also, it's a new archetype and the whole thing kinda falls apart without it and is, frankly, perfectly fair on its own. Which leaves us with the Tyrant Neptune. So Tyrant Neptune's intended effect is that it mashes 2 monsters together, or perhaps lets you double up on an on-play effect. It's this specific case that really caused Tyrant Neptune to break so catastrophically, right? Well, Konami didn't think so. Of the 3 cards in this list, it was the Tyrant Neptune that got the ban hammer. This is because they felt the card limited further design space, as any card with a neat effect like Independent Nightingale would have to worry themselves as to whether or not they caused this landmine to go off again. This consideration is what got Tyrant Neptune, and later a card with a similar effect in Starving Venom, to be banned. They chose the path that opened up the way to the most innovation.
Yeah, it's why I don't give Konami that much flack for stuff like this.
I mean, granted, giving them a little bit of a pass on this is kind of fair. But at the same time, too, you would think that somebody in QA would just be like, hey, don't we have cards that combo with this that make it, like, really, really easy to break the game?
Well, you gotta remember, Tyrant Neptune was actually a G5 creation, or whatever GX was. I can never remember.
Yeah.
Lyrilisc came out way later, and I think no one really played the Tyrant Neptune at all in tournaments to even catch that.
Yeah, plus, in all honesty, the fusion, a lot of the fusion monsters didn't see a lot of play, unless it was like with niche players.
Yeah.
But you have to be careful when and what you choose to ban, as sometimes you encounter backlash. What? You banned that card? Do you have any idea how much I spent to get those? At the end of the day, it is an inescapable fact that making a TCG is, in fact, a business. There is real money involved in getting these games together, and a card that seems extremely strong in a new set can put you in a precarious position. This is often why games will give a new set some time to air itself out before imposing bans to confirm that a card really is a problem. Because if the set's cover card gets banned, that's a lot of potential money getting flushed away. On the other hand, if they wait too long to ban a card that really is broken, it can ruin trust in the player base and create financial situations that are very difficult to meddle with. So yeah, not a lot of games will immediately ban strong cards from the new sets due to a financial incentive. Now, I'm not saying this is a good reason, but it certainly is one of the reasons of all time. And I mean, the community has been proven wrong about the power of a card before. There are certainly cases of a card's power being overhyped and not actually being a problem. Still, I find this to be the most corrupting influence that affects a ban list. Like the most obvious one, which I have brought up many times, is how Konami avoids banning or restricting Yu-Gi-Oh cards just long enough to sell out of the set they came from, almost using the ban list as their own twisted form of set rotation.
Like I said, the one among...
I mean, like I said earlier, Magic the Gathering, usually ban sets of cards when they do tournament rules, so that older sets are no longer played. And not only that, but if a card from an older set is still viable, they'll just reprint it in the newer set.
Yeah.
Although I do think I can point to what I remember as being the absolute worst way this sort of situation has been handled, and it comes to us courtesy of our old friend, Redekai. So a floodgate is a kind of card that is meant to slow down progression of a game, usually by restricting or punishing certain actions. It's not at all uncommon for a floodgate to be on the chopping block for a ban test due to how easily they can become overly oppressive. But in the case of Redekai, stacked on top of all of the other problems it has is a little card named Froztalk Blue. The goal of Redekai is to defeat all of your opponent's characters by stacking powerful transformations on top of your own characters while damaging opposing characters with your attack cards. Froztalk Blue is a transformation that has the floodgate effect that makes it so that your opponent can only attack once per turn. That's already a pretty strict floodgate, considering you have 3 characters to deal with, but what if we were to, say, combine it with a card that lets me stop any attack at a low cost, and, say, another transformation that lets me recycle that card turn after turn after turn? To top it off, it was possible to get this combo engine going as early as turn 3. So I'm sure the obvious question, how do you get rid of Froztalk Blue? By attacking it. Literally, the only way to stop
Well, that's a massive design flaw right there.
the character he has attacked you, or by eliminating the text, which, considering that there's a card that stops any attack available, is a bit of a big ask. This combo, known as Frudge Slap, was the defining strategy of the meta for basically all of Redekai's lifespan. I mean, there was exactly one card in the first set that made it so an attack could not be countered by a stop card, but not only was it difficult to satisfy their conditions thanks to how Sonic Slap bounced the attack cards back to your hand, they were vulnerable to, well, getting defeated or obscured. So if you did run these cards, you ran Frudge Slap to protect them too. So, when it was suggested that Frostalk Blue should be banned due to the fact that it would bring games to a tedious crawl in a way the game basically provided no resolution for, this
you're
is
gonna
a
love
situation
this.
where a single card is defining the meta. So, in the face of this, what was the response from the developers? Oh, don't worry, there will be more counters for Frostalk Blue in the next set. Yes, this is the absolute worst way to handle a card that is suspect.
Yeah,
Telling people
maybe
to
there's a
buy
reason
more
none of
cards
us
to counter
heard of
its
Redekai.
value. It is even
Yeah.
more nakedly
I
profiteering
was
than
wondering
Konami's
why I
strategy.
never heard of it, but now I know. Like, if they weren't even going to address the issue with their own card game, like, why would you want to play it?
And it wasn't like it wasn't easy to do. All they really had to do was ban a single card.
I mean, they could have done it without, like, banning the card either. They could have just had a... They could have just made a separate card that would have, like, that could have countered just that one ability of that one card.
And trust me, you're gonna enjoy the cherry on top.
Open admission of power creep. The corporate answer to such a question. This card too strong? Just buy more cards. What, are you poor? Do you not have phones? And in that next set, Metacharge, they introduced exactly one.
Huh?
So was this a game created by EA?
Well, there was... Well, the Kodak did make a Blizzard joke, so...
I mean,
could be either.
This is something EA has done in the past and would probably continue to do, so that's why I'm asking.
But yeah, this is the cherry on top.
Card that was a good counter to Frostalk Blue. 1. And it was at the top rarity. Classy.
Oh, wow. So wait, whoa. Hold on. So they actually make one card to counter that one card that broke the game, but not only is it more rare, it's also harder to bring out.
Yeah. You could have easily just made, like, a couple cards that could have negated the combo, but no. These guys literally made the most obtuse solution ever.
Oh my god, I wouldn't call this solution obtuse, I'd call this solution a rhombus at this point.
Yeah, well, it's dead, so we can also call it that.
Good.
Yeah, Redekai is a disaster that merits study, and honestly my old videos on the subject are really bad and cringe. It is a cautionary tale on how not to handle, well, anything in making a card game. From the choice of materials, to pricing, to required peripherals, to balance, to, yes, knowing when to ban a problematic card. Of note, as I was writing this video, the game Illustrals just had its first official card banning. Picket is a one-spirit Thunder-type Elustral whose effect allows you to Nexus up to 2 other Thunder Spirits in play.
Oh yeah, I really need to
peek
try
at
that
an
game out.
opponent's hand and make them discard
Heard some
the card.
good things about it.
This effect has the same implications as the Magic card, Thoughtseize, and Yu-Gi-Oh card, the Forceful Sentry. What makes these sorts of cards so powerful is not just the fact that they let you deny your opponent their most important card, but also the fact that you got to peek at all of their other cards too. It is not uncommon to see tournament footage of people writing down the cards in their opponent's hands after using these cards. These effects were good enough in Yu-Gi-Oh! And Magic that the Forceful Sentry was banned, and Thoughtseize is regularly suspect even though its casting cost includes paying 10% of your life points. And Spark-It can do this at the cost of your normal summon for the turn, and every turn it survives being in play. Something that was proposed was a retrain of Spark-It, with a lower base stat line and the discard happening at random, where your only choice on discard is which card back you think is the most suspicious. And yeah, you don't get to see what the opponent has either. When the ban was announced, A-Drive went out of his way to say that even though there were future cards that could nullify Spark-It's effect, that had no bearing on the final decision, which must be recognized as a way to clamp down on power creep. Introducing new cards to deal with the powerful cards is a way to easily snowball into a level of power creep that quickly becomes impossible to recover from, obliterating the value of older sets to the point that any lingering stock on those will just warm shelves forever. Local game stores are gonna love you for that. Not to mention the havoc done to the gaming community thrown into an arms race that it is impossible for all but the most affluent to keep up with. Okay, I think we've beat around the bush long enough. It's time to get back to where this all started. Let's talk about the bird.
Bird up.
Oh.
Maydew Winged Wisdom is a blue-green legendary bird creature
Comes full circle.
and the following effect. Creatures you control have. Whenever this creature becomes the target of a spell or ability, reveal the top card of your library. If it is a land card, put it onto the battlefield. Otherwise, put it into your hand. This ability triggers only twice each turn. That last part is on the wrong side of the quotation marks, right? Right? This effect only triggers twice overall, not twice for every single creature you have in play, right? I mean, we can clear this up in an instant by checking the other edition of the card. Surely this will clarify things, and the quotation marks are in the same place.
Yes.
Oh dear, it triggers twice for every creature you control. So, to break down what this effect does, if any of your creatures are targeted by anything, you get to basically draw a card. And if it is a land card, you get to put it directly into play, untapped, even if you've already played a land that turn. Uh-oh. And if you did that by targeting your cards with, say, an equip spell that can be put on and taken off for free as many times as you like, uh-oh. And if you were to then, say, combine it with Springheart Nantuko, a card from the exact same set as Maydew, that lets you spit out a creature every time you play one of those lands, creatures which can now be cycled with that free equip spell twice over for more and more cards and lands, oh boy! We end up with a combo that can get us the resources of turn 30 by turn 3. Crazy resource advantage. Breaking the game's own systems. Infinite combo. Turns that take forever. No way out for the opponent.
Yeah. You gotta remember, these are TCG players we're talking about.
Yeah, that's true. If they're gonna break a game, they're gonna break it all the way.
If you're gonna suck all the way.
Yep.
All of our powers combine to form something that apparently doesn't merit a ban. I mean, do we ban Shuko, the infinite looping equipment? No, people will just switch to Lightning Greaves or some other zero-cost effect. Maybe Springheart Nantuko? Nah, that just invites Scoots into the chat, or anything else that makes tokens in response to something. Funny enough, somebody actually ran the numbers on this. It's like nearly 200 cards that Maydew can turn to gold. The result of Wizards
I think even you turned it into gold.
Yep.
Maydew has been disastrous. Tournaments are being cancelled and people are dropping out of the format because they do not want to deal with the Summer of Gak 2 Birdie Boogaloo. I mean, the format in general seems to be in a state of grief. This is the real weight behind
they just wait for that pun.
Or not ban. Ban too quickly and people will lose enthusiasm for the newest sets. Fail to ban a card that continues to be a problem even after a proper airing out, and people will stop playing altogether. Lots of games have had periods like this, although probably not as bad. These are times like Eldrazi Winter, Summer of the Gak, Teledad, Tearlament Winter, and currently, between Maydew and the Fiendsmiths over in Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's starting to feel like the scene is genuinely hitting a tipping point, one all the cutest animals in the world can only prop up for so long. At the end of the day, we all make mistakes, and a ban list is a tool not just to maintain a healthy game space, but to also maintain player trust and confidence, not as a standard part of your business model. Back before Extra Credits was a show of nothing but awful cat jokes, they introduced the concept of the trust index.
Days without Extra Credits taking the L. Set back to 0.
Things like financial success or other factors, and going by pure gut opinion. I wonder how Hasbro and Konami fall on that index right about now. Keep these things in mind, and you too can build a better card game. Join us next time on Erratatext. Oh man, I'm filming this last part at the 11th hour. Video's going live in like a few minutes, but I'll try to keep it quick. Yeah, I was actually dreading doing this episode because ban lists are an incredibly touchy subject, and it's not always easy.
Yeah, pretty understandable.
To suss out when a card should be banned. However, things just kind of came together at this certain space in time in such a way that made it possible, and we're gonna see how my and everybody else's predictions go. Yeah, I did some Redikai videos, like, back when Redikai was still released, and I look at them these days, and they're just kind of like from the cringe era, where, like, everybody was trying to be Nostalgia Critic and Angry Video Game Nerd.
Yeah,
and,
first videos are never really the best.
Making them at this point, I mean, I
Yeah,
know a
still
lot of my
gotta
assessments in that
be
video
able
were
to, like,
incorrect.
get
My
your
one about,
groove
like,
and
Fudge
everything.
Slap absolutely is not, but, you know, maybe I should revisit it? Might not be a bad idea, but, anyway, of course, this would not be possible without the help of my lovely patrons over at Patreon. Just $1 gets you Discord access. A lot of people are, like, playtesting games. There's a lot of things around. I'm personally going to try to get more involved in the things happening on my Discord than I already am to, you know, help that momentum a bit more. And speaking of, the Kodak Box of Junk, I actually have it on sale for $5 off. I'm going to have it on sale for $5 off. It's called the Gen Con sale, but I'm going to have it all the way until the reports of bannings in Magic the Gathering on August 26th, at which point we will see how much fun I am. And I have still been adding more cards to it, like one or two here and there, so it's not a bad thing to look at. So, yeah, that is the video on ban lists, and until next time, this is Kodak signing off.
That was actually a really good video.
Yeah, Kodak actually has a pretty good way of illustrating the card mechanics to people who aren't really in the know.
Yeah, and oh my god, like, I just read off Nadu's effect, and I didn't realize just how powerful it was until I actually thought about it and reread the text. Like, oh dear lord. I can't believe Magic the Gathering actually put that out there.
Yeah. Well, they put out a lot of cards, so...
I mean, that's true, but you would think that at some point somebody would take the writers of those card effects aside and be like, hey, move the quotation marks a little bit.
Well, this is the same people who named a series so similarly to another one that it caused one of their worst PR disasters. So,
yeah.
Well, anyways, yeah, this was pretty fun. Maybe we can do it again eventually.
Yeah. No, I like doing these. These are actually pretty fun.
All right. Well, thank you for coming, Ray.
Yeah, no worries. Nice to be a part of these.
All right. And I'd like to thank the chat for coming too. Sorry I couldn't really interact with you guys. But I will thank you all for coming, and I will see you all next time. Take care, everyone.
Later, everybody. Have fun.